the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that we are on the lands of Anishinaabe Nation. This spot where we gather is the traditional lands of the Three Fires Confederacy, the Ottawa, Potawatomi, and Ojibwe. We also recognize that this land is now home to the Delaware Nation. This land was settled through the McKee Purchase Treaty of 1790, and we, as beneficiaries of the treaty, must recognize our responsibilities, including our collective responsibilities to the land and water. Mr. Mayor, we do not have a supplementary agenda this evening. Rules for the council chambers. The municipality of Chatham-Kent supports open meetings that welcome debate of public policy issues in an atmosphere of inclusiveness, integrity, civility, fairness, and respect for differing points of view. Anyone conducting themselves in a way that disrupts, disturbs, or impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting, interrupts or makes derogatory statements or hate speech, defamatory comments about councillors, staff, speakers, or fellow members of the public may result in removal from the premise. This also applies to deputations. We ask that you do not approach council members if they are seated in their council seats around the council horseshoe. The use of posters, signage, and literature is also prohibited. Mr. Mayor, we have one disclosure of pecuniary interest, and that is from Councillor McGrail with regards to item 17A, backyard chicken bylaw for rural residential and village residential zones pilot program. We'll now move on to planning services.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Planning meeting process. The process to be followed for each application will be as follows. 1, the clerk will announce each individual planning item. 2, the mayor will ask if there's anyone present other than the applicant with an interest in the application and to indicate so by raising their hand. 3, the clerk will advise if written or video submissions have been received. 4, if someone present other than the applicant indicates an interest in the item, there will be a presentation by administration. 5, individuals with an interest in the application other than the applicant will be asked to proceed to the podium, provide their name and address, and address council. 6, the applicant will be asked if they wish to proceed to the podium and address council. 7, administration will be asked if they have any comments based on any discussion that may have occurred. And 8, council will be asked what action it wishes to take with regards to each item. Notice, if any specified person under the Planning Act that files an appeal of a decision of council in respect of the proposed applications does not make oral or written submissions to municipal clerk before the proposal is approved, they are not entitled to appeal a decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal, unless in the opinion of the tribunal there are reasonable grounds to add their person or public body as a party to the appeal. Information on council's actions tonight will be posted on the municipal website. All persons who have made a request or who have made a written or oral submission regarding a particular planning item will receive a notice of council's decision. Any other person who wishes to receive a notice of decision must submit a written request to the municipal clerk. Thank you.
(11A) Application for Official Plan Amendment OPA 74, Zoning Bylaw Amendment and Consent, Richard and Lynn Kloss, 15162 Longwoods Road, Community of Zone, East Kent. Mr. Mayor, I have not received any conflict of interest, nor did I receive any deputations today.
Is there anyone present other than the applicant and or the agent with an interest in the application? If so, please indicate by raising your hand. Seeing none, Councillor Wright and Councillor McDonald, can I put this on the floor, please?
I'll move that, thank you.
And I'll second.
Any questions? Seeing none, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor Anderson, Councillor Doyle. All votes are in. Motion passes 16-0. 11B, Official Plan Amendment number 82 and Zoning Bylaw Amendment South Wheatley Secondary Plan. There are no conflict of interest, and Mr. Mayor, I did receive 3 deputations today, 1 for in-person, 1 email, and 1 Zoom. Therefore, I'll pass it over to Planning Services for a brief presentation.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I'm here to provide a brief presentation in support of the report recommending council approval of the South Wheatley Secondary Land Use Plan, Official Plan Amendment, and Zoning Bylaw. Over the next few minutes, I'll provide a brief overview of the project, highlight a few policy areas, and display the proposed land use maps for the project area. Let's begin with an overview of the South Wheatley Secondary Plan project. So the South Wheatley Secondary Plan project was initiated in the second half of 2021 after having been identified as a key initiative in Council's growth strategy. The development of a secondary plan for South Wheatley is supported by the community's potential to grow and also underpinned by the priority that Council has placed on growing Chatham-Kent. Major project steps have included the following. Phase 1 included developing the scope of work, the work plan, and the community engagement plan for the project. The second phase involved an assessment of existing conditions, including provincial and municipal policy and existing servicing infrastructure. It also included an assessment of the existing natural heritage features on site, and the first public engagement session focused on gaining input to develop a vision for the land use plan. Phase 3 involved developing a series of land use alternatives and assessing their relative merits with input gathered at the second public engagement session. From this, a preferred land use concept and draft policies were developed. Phase 4 involved developing the secondary plan concept report with maps and proposed policies. This was presented at Council in September of 2023. Finally, input received at that public input session was considered and, where appropriate, integrated into the official plan policies that are before Council today. The project team made extensive efforts to inform and engage the community throughout the plan development process. This included 4 public meetings and engagement sessions, including this meeting today, letters to residents, a project website, newspaper ads, and numerous discussions with local developers, partner organizations, the Wheatley Task Force, and local residents. The input received throughout this process was critical in shaping the plan that is before Council today. So quickly turning to policy highlights, which include the vision, which is displayed on screen, the guiding principles, which set the basis for the policy framework, and the actual policies themselves, which support the economic, social, and environmental sustainability of the project area, as well as the wider community for the long term. The policy framework is supported by a series of land use maps, which identify the geographical extent of the various land uses, as well as the active transportation network. It should also be noted that the concept report also included a stormwater management servicing map that identifies the stormwater management concept for the project area going forward. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Council, do you have any questions of administration regarding this report? Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I don't have any questions. I just want to, again, thank Gabriel and his team for the work that they did on this concept and the amount of time and detail put into making sure that what the community wanted was in all of the details that you put into this plan. I look forward to this moving forward. And I certainly appreciate the conversation that we had today and how certain struggles come up along the way and we navigate them and continue to move forward in a way that's best for the community. So I definitely appreciate all of your work on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Seeing no other questions, Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have one deputation present this evening. Mr. Walker, please come forward. Yeah, my bad.
Mr. Mayor, councilors. My name is Douglas Walker. I reside at 20994 Woodland Road in Wheatley. I was happy this morning to see on Facebook that this was going to be tabled here tonight, which is the reason why I'm here, thanks to Councillor Anderson. My point I want to make is it seems that we are very dependent upon social media, whereas the town of Wheatley, the town I come from, the town I've been living there for 25 years, and most of the residents that I know don't rely on social media. In fact, very few people knew about this meeting. Now, I realize that there has been 4 meetings, this being the 4th, and me being the only one here. But I talked to my neighbors, and I said, were you informed of this was going to happen? Did you get a written letter? And then the neighbors that I had said, no, we received a letter 2 years ago. And then I went down to our community center and asked is there anything posted with regards to this major development in Wheatley, the biggest development that Wheatley's ever seen? The answer was no, nothing at the community center. Then I thought, well, maybe I'm missing something. And then I went to the library and said, is there anything regarding this major development in Wheatley here at the library posted publicly? And the answer was no, there was nothing here. Never has been. So there's a lot of my neighbors that I'm 61 years old. A lot of my neighbors are in their 80s. They don't rely on social media. And I think it's truly an injustice. It's disgraceful. It's disrespectful. People that have properties there their whole lives, and it's not that we're against the development at all. I think the developer has an absolute right to develop the lands that he paid for, and he needs to profit from those. I agree. In fact, I've met him, talked with him, him and his wife, they're great people. But it's this public notice, this public presentation. The first 2 was a whitewash online. It was controlled. No one really spoke freely. And I would ask that you, councilors, would reconsider just for 30 days and then post this information publicly, written publicly in our community center. I think that's why we have a community center, and the library, in only 30 days, because anything after that would be an injustice to the developer. That's all I have to say. Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, councilors.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Just to let council know, they were emailed a deputation from the Wheatley Task Force this afternoon. And then the final deputation that I have is from Stephen Smart, who is on Zoom. Stephen, please go ahead.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Sorry I couldn't be there in person. I've got some treatment in Hamilton. I actually kind of have some of the same concerns as what the other gentleman spoke about. I personally went around and met with all the people that are in the petition that that you should have all received, and most of those, I wouldn't say all of those people, but there was a lot of them that haven't even received a letter and knew nothing about what was actually taking place. And although I was involved in one of the previous Zoom meetings a couple years ago during COVID, you know, the turnout for those was only about 15 people, I think, maybe 20 people on one of the meetings, but it was very, very poor turnout. And some of the people that were on those meetings weren't even the people that, you know, were in the exact area, the affected area. But I guess getting back to the letter that I provided a petition of all the residents that border or are in the designated area of the plan, approximately 180 people in total. One of the major concerns is people do not think there's enough local businesses to support the more people, especially due to what has happened downtown with the explosion. And the Imagine Wheatley project is not going to resolve this issue. Traffic It's going to be a major problem. The intention is to extend McLean Road through, which is currently a dead-end street, and make it a major artery for the project. I am actually the very last house on that dead-end street currently, and right at that point where they want to extend it through, there's a 30-degree bend. And the map shows the roads and houses between, you know, I've drawn a kind of a map and shown the current houses and stuff like that. And there's currently 136 houses and some businesses. And with McLean becoming a major shortcut for most of those people, you know, heading into town to Leamington or Tilbury for their groceries or post office, etc. If we just look at half those houses, that would be 72.5 and say 2 cars per day. We would be another 290 vehicles on McLean per day, and that's not even counting all the new houses in the project. And with a 30-degree bend, you know, the accident, it's going to happen. There's no problem, you know, it's going to happen. Some of the other concerns people had were the wildlife, migratory birds, turtles, fox snakes, bald eagles, and deer that use the field and bush to live. Many animals currently live in the bush and have safe access to the creek. That will disappear if a subdivision is put into place. Also with development, there will be silt runoff into the creek, just it's inevitable. You know, after the recent storms in the early spring of this year, when Wheatley received approximately 7 inches of rain in a 2 to 3 hour period, it was very evident that stormwater runoff was a major problem with fields, houses, and roadways being flooded. The current draining access to the lake was not sufficient, and they're still kind of planning that same drain access to the lake for their stormwater plan, and I don't think that's going to be sufficient. The project lists many types of houses that can be built in the subdivision. Although it would be great to have like a lot of people want, low-cost housing for seniors, the reality is there is no transportation to get them from South Wheatley to the downtown core for necessities. And it's not within walking distance from most people. For the planned site to the downtown core, it's 1.7 kilometers. People are definitely against a type of low income or geared income type of housing, as people feel this will decrease property values and attract the wrong people to the community. People also feel with the addition of more commercial businesses like variety stores or coffee shops in the area, this would reduce the traffic from the downtown business area. People want to support the current businesses and want them to prosper. They believe the business core should be on the main artery of number 3 highway. This will ultimately result in the growth of the town. In conclusion, since Wheatley explosion 3 years ago, the town has not really recovered and is not back to the normal. People would like to get it back to normal, at least to what it was before we start looking at proceeding forward with the new plan of development. And you know, I would be happy to meet with anybody that wants to come out and visit the site.
That's time, Mr. Smart.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Administration, do you have any comments based on any discussion that's occurred? Sorry. Is there anyone else present other than the applicant or the agent with an interest in the application? Please indicate by raising your hand. Seeing none, then administration, do you have any comments you'd like to make?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick note, I do appreciate the comments that have been made by the residents. We have made every effort to advise the community of the project at its inception and through the major milestones. And a notice has been given in accordance with the requirements of the Planning Act, which we endeavored to exceed throughout this process. Thank you.
Councillor Anderson and Councillor Harrigan, can I get you put on the floor, please?
Yep, I'm happy to put that on the floor.
I will second it.
Okay. Any other questions? Councillor Harrigan?
Thank you, Mayor Kenneth. I just have one question regarding the deputation that we had heard, and thank you, Gabe, for confirming that we had followed the processes. But can you, for people who might be listening or might not be as familiar, just outline at a high level what the requirements are for notices and periods when we're making major changes to our official plan. 1,000-foot view is fine. We don't have to go step by step.
Thank you, Councillor Harrigan. I believe the Planning Act, and I'm going to defer to the General Manager of Development Services for any clarifications or corrections, but I believe the Planning Act requirement is that a notice be posted at project commencement and ahead of every planning meeting in the local newspapers that circulate within the project area, and that in terms of public engagement process, that a minimum of one public meeting be held for such projects as this.
Great, thank you. And I just, you know, I do appreciate that in a time where we are heavily reliant on social media, sometimes if we're, you know, looking at targeting communities who may not have access to social media, it's something to consider. But I do know and recognize that during this process, which has taken place when there has been a lot of attention on the community of Wheatley, we've had lots of conversations. I wanted to share with council as well that one of the groups that I think the community has trusted and leaned on is the Wheatley Task Force, and a deputation that was emailed to council, so not being read tonight, was from Howard Gabart, who's the chair of that task force, who recommends voting in favor of the amendments and commented on the feeling of, you know, this is an appropriate way for Wheatley to expand. It certainly reflects a lot of the community conversation, so I just wanted to bring that to people's attention as well.
Seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote. Oh, Bruce, you had a comment?
Thanks, Bruce Council, General Manager, Development Services. Maybe just to add to what Gabriel said in terms of notice requirements. So notice of these public meetings were mailed directly to those prescribed in the Act, and actually we took names along the way from every public meeting and asked anybody who wanted to get notice, otherwise that they would get notice via mail as well. So I know that's a pretty extensive list of people that got direct mail out notices along with the newspaper, and obviously we established a project web page on our Let's Talk page all along the way too, where it was all itemized throughout the process as well. So
Seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor McGrail?
Yes.
Thank you. All votes are in. Motion passes 17-0. Mr. Mayor, we'll now move on to the deputations for tonight's council meeting. Just to let council and the members of public here know that emails were sent out from the clerk's office today. There were 16 emailed deputations with regards to item 16A, which is the Chatham-Kent Community Hub project update. And those 16 names will be as part of the minutes and deputations. Also, there were 2 emails with regards to 17C, which is the motion of Councillor Jubenville regarding the referendum. The second email that council received this afternoon were the deputations for Zoom. We have 1 present this evening, and it is with regards to item 16A, Chatham-Kent Community Hub project update. I'll call on before I start that, I should say, due to the number of deputations, we have 25 in the room this evening and 1 on Zoom. We will be reducing the time for deputations from 5 minutes to 2.5 minutes, giving people half the time to say their deputations. I will note that council received your full deputation by email. So if you speak to the highlights of it while your time is on the screen, the 2.5 minutes, if you want to highlight your points. If somebody else has indicated your points, there is no need to repeat. We just want to give, that'll be approximately an hour to an hour and a half of deputations, and then we want to give council the opportunity tonight to discuss the topic. Okay, so we'll move on to Marley on Zoom right now, Marley Robinson. And Marley, you have 2.5 minutes and your timer is on the screen. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Marley. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity to do a deputation. I would like to raise two points that have not necessarily been taken into account, that are related to a sort of domino effect, which will happen if we move forward with the transformation of the Sears building into a community hub. One relates to the museum. We've been told that in spite of a good deal of work being done on the museum, that there still is not space for the amount of storage that they need, so they're asking for additional off-area storage. The museum also does not include a space for conservation of the collection or a space for an archive suitable for academic and community research. So should the Chatham Museum move to the Sears building, I ask, what will happen to the vacated space of the Chatham Cultural Center? How much will adaptation of that space cost? Will the Kiwanis Theatre, a treasured venue for community performances, finally get dressing rooms, a green room, upgraded seats? Will the Thames Art Gallery be able to expand exhibition space, have expanded working studios, add on-site storage space for their excellent permanent collection, and have space for packing and unpacking on traveling shows? Yes, I understand that the community hub does not include the Chatham Cultural Center, but what happens with the hub will have a direct effect on the community organizations currently in the Cultural Center, and plans for them must be incorporated when costing the community hub. My second question is, we are assured that funds are available for renovation of the Sears building, even though a full evaluation of those costs is not complete. But what is not incorporated, as far as we understand...
That's time. Marley, please. Thank you. Again, council has received your full deputation. We'll now move on to the deputations here in the room. We will start with item 16A, which is with regard to the Chatham-Kent Community Hub project update. We have many deputations with regards to this. Any of those not here present tonight, again, the email was sent to council and will be listed as such. So the first speaker is Ashley Gillum. Ashley, please come forward. And I'll have Sheila Martin on deck. And I will announce that as we go along so everybody knows if they're on deck. And they're welcome to stand at the side if they're on deck, just to keep the process moving. Welcome, Ashley.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. I am here to speak about the hub and the unfortunate lack of accessibility to it for not only me, but people like me. If everything is moved into the Sears building as it is outlined, I and people like me will not be able to access not only the services, but the other agencies that are inside of it. I will no longer be able to come to council meetings. I will no longer feel like I will be able to give my input in my own community. And my fear is, if I lose my voice and many other people's voices by doing this, what is going to happen to our fair town, city, and surrounding areas? I beg you to look at the accessibility of all these areas and realize that if we just fix a couple little things, it's doable. Thank you very much for your time, and remember, let's keep our history intact, please.
Thank you, Ashley. Next speaker is Sheila Martin. On deck is Jan and Mike Boyle. Oh, Sheila, can you just push the microphone on? Sorry. There you go. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Mr. Mayor, Council, and members of the public, my name is Sheila Martin, and there are many reasons why we should stop the discussion of a new civic center in Chatham-Kent, and I'm going to talk about 5 of them. Number 1, lack of public engagement. The Chatham Daily News reports that 300 people attended the Bradley Convention Center in July, and 1,000 completed the survey. That's only 1% of the population that engaged in the new Civic Center discussion. Where was the engagement in the rural wards? You're missing 58,000 people, and it's no wonder there were town hall meetings this past week in Tilbury, Ridgetown, and Dresden. Number 2, lack of an updated cost estimate. On January 15th, Council directed admin to proceed with a detailed concept design phase, and this included an updated cost estimate. That was 9 months ago. Where is the updated cost estimate? We have no new information. We have 1 page and 1 number, 53 million. That is not good enough for the public. It's not good enough for me. Mr. Mayor keeps talking about a business case. Where is this business case? Where's the Hanscom quantity surveyors study with an estimated savings of 11.7 million? I've had a Freedom of Information request out since July and received delay after delay. I recently found out through Councillor Jubenville's motion that says 11.7 million savings is actually related to savings in building a new box store. It's no wonder that they won't give me access when it doesn't even relate to the Community Hub project. Why was it even part of the discussion? And there's also a lot of inaccurate information that Mr. Mayor keeps telling the public about 37 million when it's actually closer to 10 million, and 6 million of that is the fire station, which is ridiculous. Number 3, infrastructure costs mean tax increases of $2 billion in the next 10 years. Okay, this is huge, and we're all going to have increased water rates and increased taxes. Number 4, the fire station, I don't have time to talk about. Do we even want a new civic center? Please, please, vote yes to a referendum. We need to find out the truth and vote yes to ceasing expenditures on this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Martin. Next is Mike Boyle. On deck is Anna Cairns.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm not in favor of this project, basically because I am confused.
Oh, no, it was on. You just have to come closer to it.
Okay.
There you go.
I'm not in favor of the project, and I would like to pause it because I am confused. I also felt a lack of civic engagement. I just don't know. I attended a local meeting where we had 2% of the Ridgetown population show up, and I couldn't find anybody that was in favor, but I found lots of people that had opinions, but basically, like me, were somewhat confused and felt left in the dark on things. The neighbors that I did speak to were mostly concerned about basic infrastructure. This project is viewed as a nice to have, not a don't have, but a nice to have. We're concerned roads, bridges, sewers, things like that that keep us going. Our healthcare, social housing. We all exercise fiscal restraint in our personal lives. We've come through a rough time. We choose to repair our houses, maintain them, not scrap and start over. We're also facing potentially 20 to 30% tax increase in the next few years. I think that's understood if our infrastructure and we haven't invested in it. Again, with a lack of clarity and possibly information, it's difficult to make a good decision on this. It's not appropriate to go back when mistakes are made and continue to ask for more through tax increases. In my professional life, I was a plant engineer and an operations manager. I had one kick at the can. I would present a dashboard to my senior executive, and it would be backed up with factual data that other people could support. Right now, I get a lot of information coming at me. I don't know whether it's right or wrong. I am confused. If I had presented something like this 1,000-page report, I would not have continued in my report. That was difficult to digest at best. I taught my neighbors a new word, and I hope it doesn't really fit, but it was called obfuscation.
Thank you. That's the time. Next speaker is Anna Cairns. On deck is Bill Parks.
Sorry, I'm short. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council, members of the public. My name is Anna Cairns and I live in Wallaceburg. I reviewed the plans of the current hub project. Very pretty, very beautifully worded. But we need to get past fancy pictures and words to what's important. People are important, lives are important. When I moved to Wallaceburg, I noticed my taxes were almost double what they were from where I was living before. I wondered about that. How could that be? Last night I attended a town hall. Perhaps 100 taxpayers and 3 councillors were there. Where were the rest of you? Most of you, not all, were elected to do what is right for the citizens of Chatham-Kent. Attending a town hall meeting is important. I found out not one person in attendance was in favor of this project. So I ask you, why are you doing this? Why are you spending our hard-earned dollars on this kind of project when there are pressing, life-threatening projects that need the money more? Wallaceburg needs a new water treatment facility. That is life-threatening. That is a good avenue for my money. I don't care about getting more space for the public library. I'm sorry, but I don't. Why is my life and the life of so many others less important? Do you plan to continue with these infrastructure upgrades as well? And if so, how do you plan to pay for it without taxing us into oblivion? 50 million plus tax dollars spent on doing what is not absolutely necessary. It's irresponsible. And estimates are always nearly double or more in the final accounting. I just renovated my house and I expected to spend this much. I ended up spending that much. And that happens all the time. If you move forward with this waste of our taxpayer dollars at a time when most of us are fighting to keep food on the table, I will not forget that my life and the life of countless others are less important to the councillors than a pretty building.
Next speaker is Bill Parks. On deck is Brad Snoblin.
Councillors, this is my deputation to your council meeting tonight. I am Bill Parks. I am a citizen. Mr. Mayor, I am ashamed of your non-transparent handling of the Sears building, the hub, and the 100 King developers. There are many unanswered questions, like will this benefit the whole municipality or just Chatham? What is the cost? We don't know. You have had no town hall meetings in the municipality. That's a problem. Some of our councillors have had town hall meetings in the municipality. Thank God they did. 15 councillors voted for deputations this evening. You were the one who voted against deputations this evening. Mr. Mayor, that doesn't shine very well. Our preliminary analysis of the Let's Talk Chatham-Kent survey on the hub of Chatham-Kent is 11 against, 2-1 for. the proposed Chatham hub. Why are we even proceeding? Chatham-Kent security costs are ballooning with the hub. See page 7. The current cost is $45,000 and a few more, but $45,300. The forecast is for $605,000. That's 13 times the cost for security. Is this necessary? Taxes are already forecast to go up 9% for each of the next 3 years, even before this hub cost starts. Shame. When the CK hub, we have a roundabout west of Chatham.
That's time, Mr. Parks, thank you.
That was estimated at $2.6 million.
Brad Snoblin is
It's
the
now
next speaker.
$6.6 million.
Thank you, Mr.
And
Parks, that's time.
silly.
Next speaker is Brad Snoblin. On deck is Chuck Dubois.
Good evening, Mayor Caniff and Council. The board of the Kent Federation of Agriculture is deeply concerned about the large expenditure being proposed tonight, with little to no regard for the more pressing financial priorities facing Chatham-Kent. At the top of a rather long list is our failing infrastructure. The list of rural roads, bridges, and drainage that has fallen into disrepair grows longer every year, and our rural residents continue to suffer. Closing roads and bridges and ignoring the problem is no way to handle this situation. While building a new civic center would be nice to have, it certainly isn't a need to have. In this particular case, the renovation of an existing building would make better sense. The Kent Federation is deeply concerned that should the municipality start a major project like renovating the Sears building, costs would escalate and budgets would be forgotten, much like other projects that we've undertaken in the last few years. One question that we have that hasn't been addressed is surrounding our rural service centers and the future with the change to a civic center. The last thing our rural residents want to see is the closure of these centers and move to the city of Chatham. Trading one old building for another old building makes little to no sense and certainly isn't being financially responsible with taxpayer dollars. The Kent Federation and its 1,850 plus members are asking council to be mindful of the need of rural infrastructure when making great financial decisions that will impact the future of this municipality. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Snoblin. Next is Chuck Dubois, followed by Jim Brackett.
Good evening, members of council and Mr. Mayor. My name is Chuck Dubois. I'm here today to express serious concerns regarding the move to the Civic Center, the move of the Civic Center to the Sears building. And while I acknowledge the need for modernization and upgrades, this move represents an unnecessary and excessive financial burden on our city, especially when more cost-effective solutions are available. The estimated cost of this relocation is deeply concerning. We are already facing significant financial pressures with growing demands for infrastructure, public services, and community support programs. This move would add millions to our budget, potentially leading to increased taxes or cuts to essential services, neither of which are acceptable. Our taxes are already projected to increase by over 22% in the next 3 years alone. I grew up in a family of 4 kids in a house that was less than 900 square feet, had to share a bedroom with my brother, and we had to make do. I think it's time we make do. City needs to look at that. We need to tighten our belt. There are some nice to haves and need to haves. Public outcry has been overwhelming. Our community has repeatedly expressed concern and dissatisfaction with this proposal, citing concerns over transparency, fiscal responsibility, and the questionable necessity of such a costly move. The Sears building, while maybe offering more space, is an expensive and impractical solution or option that doesn't justify the financial strain that it would place on the city and its residents. As elected representatives, your duty is to ensure responsible stewardship of public funds, our funds. This project in its current form falls short of that responsibility. There are less costly alternatives available, and the public deserves a comprehensive examination of those options. Or perhaps this should go to a referendum. That's been brought up several times years ago. I urge the council to reject this proposal, listen to the community, and prioritize fiscal accountability in every action you take. Let's invest in what truly benefits our city without risking financial stability. Thanks.
Next speaker is Jim Brackett. On deck is Caitlin Goulet.
Good evening. My name is Jim Brackett. I represent the Chatham-Kent Property Rights Incorporated Group and other farm and community groups. We are here this evening as we are deeply concerned, myself and our members, about the municipality's recommendation to proceed with the detailed design phase by awarding to hire an architect firm and project manager at a cost of around $2.3 million for the Chatham-Kent Community Hub. This ask gives little or no regard for our municipality's other pressing financial priorities. Such a singular move will only compound the impact that projected similar or higher budgets for the next 3 years. To be clear, this purchase was not included in the 2024 budget. Infrastructure was cut as one way to bring the budget down. The list of rural bridges, roads, and bridges, roads, and drainage that need attention is growing. Closing roads and bridges is unacceptable. We need a long-term plan, starting with this 4-year budget process. The mayor has stated taxes will not be raised for this proposed $50 to $60 million project in the press, that we have saved already for this. To be clear, money saved from taxes is from past, present, and future taxes. There will never be enough money for everyone involved in a local municipal council to accomplish every project they want to champion. However, we feel strongly it is the duty of this and all future councils to use the limited financial resources of this municipality to ensure that all aspects of the municipality's infrastructure are looked after. The current Civic Center, Library, Museum can be updated and repaired for millions of dollars less than the Sears building of a similar age, which is only a shell. Our rural infrastructure has been ignored for far too long. Agriculture in Chatham-Kent continues to be the single largest economic driver and warrants this council's ongoing acknowledgement and support. Gord Dunlop has stated that the Wallaceburg treatment plant will be needing $75 million. That's an immediate need, and will need $1 billion or more to be funded over the next 10 years for other projects. We are asking you to consider the need for rural infrastructure and other municipal needs when making financial decisions. And I also like to say that I would support the motion coming forward on a referendum on this issue. Let's listen to the people.
Next speaker is Caitlin Goulet. On deck is Karen Pinenbrook.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here to express my enthusiastic support for the CK Community Hub project, a transformative initiative for our downtown area. As the Executive Director for the Historic Downtown Chatham BIA, I am exceptionally excited about this project. I am in support of any opportunities to bring more people and business to the downtown area. Apollo, JB Contractors, Rob Myers, George Sarimbis, Lenny and Tina Akampora, Victor Booten, and more have invested over $100 million into our downtown. It would be nice to see our municipality join us in revitalizing our community. One of the key benefits of the hub will be the substantial increase in foot traffic. By centralizing the library, museum, and civic center, we're not just bringing services closer together, we're attracting more visitors to our downtown. More visitors means more business for local shops and restaurants, driving economic growth and creating a vibrant atmosphere. Additionally, as businesses flourish, we'll see a rise in job opportunities. More patrons means a greater demand for services, which directly translates to more hiring. This project aligns perfectly with our goal of revitalizing our downtown and providing meaningful employment for our residents. An essential aspect of the CK Community Hub project is the acquisition of the parking garage, which will provide 175 new public parking spaces. This is a critical improvement for our downtown. Accessible parking is often a deterrent for visitors, but with this addition, we can alleviate the concern, encouraging more people to come and spend time in our area. In conclusion, the CK Community Project presents a unique opportunity for us to enhance our downtown. By supporting this initiative, we're not only investing in facilities that enrich our community, but also in the economic vitality that these spaces will foster. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Karen Pinenbrook. On deck is Keith Graham.
Thank you. Your Worship and Honorable Council members, my name is Karen Pinenbrook, and I'm speaking in regards to the relocation of the Civic Center, library, etc. Chatham-Kent should put this in the hands of their constituents. It seems many of us that you are taking advice from the very influential group of individuals, not listening to your taxpayers. We would like more answers before going ahead with the deal. You've had the nice drawings of 100 King Street to persuade us into buying into the new hub. But have you had drawings of the Civic Center with 2 new floors added, which it can, according to the planner, be done? Those drawings should include a refurbished bottom 3 floors, along with a renovation done to the fire hall. The museum can be housed in the fire hall. The bottom floors of the Civic Center could be the library, and the 2 top floors could be for municipal staff, those who are still working in-house, not at home. The hub can be created on the banks of the Thames River. That would be nice. If you were deciding whether to renovate your existing house or build a new one, would you just get blueprints and quotes from the developer, or would you ask for blueprints and quotes to renovate your existing house? I would think all of you would get at least 2 quotes. You were all put in the positions you currently hold by the taxpayers, and now it's time to get their input. I grew up in the city of Chatham in a politically minded family. I understand how frustrating your job can be and that you can't please everyone. But I ask you this, please listen to your constituents. The sellers of this idea are just that, sellers. They are in the business to make money. We're the taxpayers. We are your bankers. We're invested in our own bank accounts. Instead of listening to the 1% of the wealthiest in Chatham-Kent who are looking for profit margins, listen to the 99% who have nothing to gain except an acceptable tax increase. Lastly, I would like to ask the Mayor and Council to abstain from voting if you have received any financial funding towards your campaign from the developer of this plan, as I feel this is a conflict of interest. While it may not go against any political rules, I believe it's unethical. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker is Keith Graham. On deck is Lynn O'Brien.
Thank you. Cutting and pasting on the fly here. Mr. Mayor and members of council, my name is Keith Graham and I'm a citizen of Chatham-Kent. I'm here to speak tonight regarding item 16A on your agenda dealing with the Chatham-Kent Community Hub. I urge you not to accept the recommendation of administration tonight on this important initiative. While the idea to relocate municipal services to one community hub downtown is innovative and has many strategic merits, once again, I say the financial cost analysis of these 2 options has not been done, and until this is done, no decision should be made. If we look at the costs that you've been given tonight, there's 2 costs on a single line, $53 million and $37 million. Let's look at those in a little more detail. The $37 million was done by a local architectural firm called ROA Architecture. It was a building assessment study. I've read that study. It's got about 4 pages of text and 90 pages of pictures. That is not a detailed cost estimate. Of the $37 million, $10 million was to move this room down to the first floor. Take that out, it's $27 million. There's a lot of other costs in there that look inflated to me. If we look at the $53 million cost estimate, as I understand it, This is based on a work from a firm called New Stadia Recreation, which was retained by the sellers of the property as they were going through an analysis to do the full property change, and including an arena there. It's my understanding that New Stadia's expertise is in sports facilities and not municipal buildings. In looking at their website and list of past projects, I was unable to see any projects similar to what we're envisioning here. It seems very odd to me that a buyer of a major property would rely on the cost estimate of the seller and based on work that is done by a firm that is not very experienced in doing that work. The right way to go about this type of financial analysis is for you to hire one independent, experienced firm to take an apples-to-apples look at the two options. Why this has not been done is unclear to me. It's as if administration and our council doesn't want to find the answers to this, which causes me and many in the community great concern about the motives of the way this process has been undertaken. Now, financial cost is not the only issue on the table. Strategic merits and risks are also to be included. Considering the significant capital needs in our community faces going forward, the must-do, in the must-do area, it means we'll be very prudent in the nice-to-do area in order to keep our tax increases to a prudent level. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Graham. Next speaker is Lynn O'Brien. On deck is Rick Nichols.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'd like to thank you first of all for the opportunity to speak in support of the Chatham-Kent Community Hub project. It's unfortunate that the misinformation that has been spread regarding the wonderful opportunity that is in front of you is misleading. The net effect financially is for a new building, yes, within the walls of 100,000 square feet that will have all new mechanicals, electrical, state-of-the-art for 100,000 square feet as opposed to 33,000 square feet that you sit in today. I have been around this community for a long time. I have managed every mall that there has been in Chatham. I've chaired the BIA, and I'm an advocate and believer in the future that can be bright for our downtown. We deserve to be given the opportunity without question and without all the negativity that goes with it. I would have to say thank you to the gentlemen and to the companies such as Rob, Apollo, Ron Neidham at JP Construction, and to Victor Putin. These gentlemen have brought over $100 million worth of construction to our downtown and increased taxes. With those increased taxes, hopefully, we can give them a viable and a vibrant downtown in the future. Downtown is a gem. It is something we need, not only private investment in, but public investment as well. We cannot continue to ignore the need, and I hope that you will all recognize that. One could question the building of a walking bridge in Wallaceburg and the expenditure of $4 million. I didn't. Why? Because it was part of their community and part of their culture, and it's something they deserve to have. This is something we do deserve, and my hope is this evening you will support us all, not as just the city of Chatham, but the community of Chatham-Kent. Thank you.
Next speaker is Rick Nichols. On deck is Paul Bordeaux.
Well, good evening, Mayor, councilors, and concerned citizens of Chatham-Kent. My name is Rick Nichols, former MPP for the riding of Chatham-Kent. Full disclosure, I am opposed to the moving of our beautiful waterfront Civic Center to the Sears building, where final costs to renovate that big box structure have yet to be disclosed. Only guesstimates is what we have. Last week I spoke with an out-of-town developer regarding the Sears acquisition, and he stated that when all is said and done, the cost to the citizens will exceed $100 million. Now, I stated back in January of this year that if your home needed major repairs, you fixed it up and you didn't go out and purchase a new home, let alone try to retrofit an existing building that's almost as old as our current Civic Center. I've been around politics long enough to know that at times some politicians like to put their thumbprint on major projects at the expense of the will of the people. I guarantee that our councilors are hearing that the will of the people is to not purchase the Sears building. Rather, fix what you have. There are too many unknowns for council and administration to make an informed decision of this magnitude. We need detailed costs. People are worried about major tax increases that the purchase will bring. CK states that there will be no tax increases this upcoming year or years to come. Well, that sounds more like an election promise to me. People deserve to be heard, and I appreciate a motion that was brought forward to allow deputations to be heard once again. That's democracy, and we know that that carried 15 to 1. Now listen, a true leader has the confidence to stand alone, the courage to make tough decisions, and compassion to listen to the needs of others. He or she does not set out to be a leader, but becomes one by the equality of their actions and the integrity of their intent. I recall when corporations reduce costs during difficult times and economic conditions created by government and measures to reduce public expenditures. Well, friends, it's deja vu all over again. Perhaps council and administration need to have municipal departments reduce their budgets by 10%. I'm a Chatham guy who remembers the humble beginnings where I came from. I listen to people. We do have an intelligent community. So, councilors, I make decisions based on information at hand, but when I receive new information,
Thank you, Mr. Nichols. That's
I
time.
reserve the right to make new decisions. You
Next
also
speaker
have
is
that right.
Paul Bordeaux. On deck is Rob Myers.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Paul Bordeaux, Chair of the Chatham-Kent Municipal Museums Advisory Committee, and this deputation is being given on behalf of the Advisory Committee in support of the proposed Chatham-Kent Community Hub. It's also given to clarify some misinformation on the project. The committee supports this project. It'll meet the museum's needs both now and in the future, and it'll allow the museum to grow, present larger exhibits, display the history of Chatham-Kent in new and exciting ways, create better access for all in the municipality, properly store artifacts, and increase the collection by preserving the rich history of our region. To be prudent, we've looked at trying to repair the existing location and the decaying storage areas, and although that is an option, it will limit our ability for the museum to maintain its collection and to address the issues around accessibility. The present and future needs of the museum are better and more efficiently met as part of the community hub. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Bordeaux. Next speaker is Rob Myers. On deck is Sarah Tanner.
Good evening. Is on or off? Okay. Over the last 46 years, I've run and grown a successful and unique company here in Chatham-Kent, and today we employ a significant number of tax-paying citizens like myself. I'm not looking to increase my employees' taxes nor my own. I already pay plenty, believe me. But it's been told to council, it's been told to this council and myself that this project will not increase taxes, so either you believe what is being told to you by your financing people that work in the city hall, or you don't trust them. The vision for the new hub project, I believe, is a wise move for our city and will better assist the growth of our area and attract people to want to stay here and live here. If we simply renovate this current civic center, it adds zero value to the city and just adds cost to this community with no benefit to our community, so why do it? Over time, this elected council and our mayor has voted largely in majority to go forward with this, the next step, and I think it is a worthwhile growth for all, move for all of us in CK. I understand that this is a big decision. That is why you councilors are here. A vote to not move forward with this project is a vote for stagnation. Lastly, I'd like to address an email I received from this guy, Mr. Kreiderman, today, that told me in an email that that I am in business, I'm not in business as a charity or to lose money. Taxpayers would be remiss to believe I'm not receiving compensation from this project. To me, this is very insulting. As someone who has donated large sums of money all around this community and continues to do so today. I intend, if we do this project, I would love to, and I'll put up my own money to restore and do Tecumseh Park with sculptures and artwork and a train that I've recently purchased in the city, and I can make that park great, like City Hall. Do I believe that the majority of citizens in this CK would vote on this once you know the real numbers, because they haven't been done yet? They've only been talked about
Thank you, Mr. Myers. That's time.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Sarah Tanner. On deck is Shannon Galley.
Hello, thank you, Mayor and Council, for allowing me to come up and speak today. I'm very nervous. I've never done anything like this, and I support everybody else that has spoken in opposition of the community hub. So a lot of my points are kind of redundant, so I'm not going to go over them. I do agree with everybody else, again, that was opposed. I'm with Rob Myers just speaking about that there won't be an increase in taxes is what was in the report. I'm not really sure how that's even possible to have in the report when we don't have a concrete number on what this project is going to cost. So how can that be in the report? I don't understand. Like, it's mind-boggling. And then to find out that the Sears portion of the downtown Chatham Center was appraised at $700,000-ish, and council approved to buy it for 2-point-something million. Who pays over $2 million from what a building was appraised at? I don't understand. That's taxpayer money. That money can be going towards other things. We do have a house crisis, homeless, all the things. This is not needed. Living in Dresden basically all my life, we've lost a lot of things with amalgamation, and this just seems like it's going to be even more that gets lost. If it's not in the report that if this happens, that all the outlying small communities like Dresden will lose our libraries, our Service Ontario Center. Like, where in the report is all of that? Because it just seems like, oh, we'll deal with that later. So let's push this and get this approved now and deal with the downfall to all the outlying communities after the fact. Chatham-Kent is Chatham-Kent. It is not just Chatham. I'm sorry. I attended the the town hall last night in Dresden, which was organized super quick, and I'm running out of time. Everybody there opposed it. We need more town hall meetings with municipal staff. People need to know what is involved in this and the cost of everything and decide from there. Support the referendum that is coming up.
Next speaker is Shannon Galley. On deck is Tom Slager.
Can everybody hear me okay? Yes, okay, because I couldn't hear very well back there. Councilors, Mayor, Administration, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight on behalf of my family, friends, community members, and probably even the majority of Chatham-Kent. I live in Dresden, and I attended a town hall meeting last night. I found out at the meeting midnight the night before. I was horrified to learn what was going on with the Civic Center and the old Sears fiasco. The full room voted with a show of hands unanimously against this proposed project. I've narrowed it down to 3 areas, and everybody's talked about a lot of my points. I support everything that everybody that has been saying against this proposed project. Number 1 is lack of transparency. Number 2 is no taxpayer value. Number 3 is what's going on with the blatant disregard for our democratic process with this municipality. Let's talk about lack of transparency. There appears to be backdoor deals. There appears to be talk about P3 projects. there appears to be conflicts of interest. I keep saying appears because this is language that I found out of your procurement of goods and services bylaw. Okay, so I feel like there's some violations in there. Where am I? In Dresden, we feel like mushrooms. We're in the dark. Okay, the room was full of people, and we didn't know a lot about what's going on. There's no public engagement on this. We haven't been properly consulted. Okay, the no taxpayer value. We paid over, that's been touched on. We paid too much for the Sears. Now you're proposing that we're going to sell this home. Okay, this is your home. What is this, love it or list it? Like, our taxpayer dollars, we don't want to support this. There's no value, there's no return. And, you know, we don't want to be building castles when there's people sleeping on the river. Okay, we're going to fix our house that we already own here, and then we can deal with big infrastructure like they talked about.
I want to thank our council for hearing my and others' thoughts on the hub project, a project which may leave everyone in our community holding a piece of a $50 million bill. What the council should understand is that while some, or at least one council member has heard enough on this subject from the citizens who elected them, the reason there are still so many voices asking to be heard is that many of them believe you are preparing to ignore us. I don't know what is in your inbox or voicemail, but I suspect it is full of citizens who want to pump the brakes on this project. There is no evidence that this project has the support of a large majority in the community. This is because you have not convinced enough of us that purchasing the old Sears building is the correct move. Citizens have asked for an accounting of how the top line numbers for cost were determined. The municipality has refused to answer. Citizens have filed Freedom of Information requests, which are stalled, bounced around, and delayed. I have asked one of my ward councilors for the information and discovered they, too, had made a similar request to the city and had been denied. What is our municipality hiding from us? Did someone not do their job and they're being protected? Were numbers and assumptions pulled from the ether and they hoped we would just buy it? Or is it that those numbers don't even exist? Without transparency, this proposal should never have gotten this far, not when we will feel the consequences for decades. I do not know if renovating the Civic Center is a better option than purchasing the Sears building. But the reason I do not know, and neither do you, is that council has not demanded accountability for the municipality, nor has the municipality taken the opportunities given to them by the citizens to be accountable. We are all left in the dark with a $50 million chasm or bridge before us. We keep being told we have to trust you, yet simple and reasonable verification is not forthcoming. Council, you do not have enough information to justify the spending it will take to move this proposal to the next step. Tonight, there are only two choices that will put the interests of Chatham-Kent citizens first. You must either say, no, we will not take this leap of faith, or you must pause and make a motion for the municipality to provide the information we all need to see in order to properly evaluate this project's merits before it takes another step. To move forward tonight, knowing as little you know.
Next speaker, please. Next speaker is Christine Hewlett. On deck is Liz Postma.
Good evening to everyone here tonight. My name is Chris, and I'm here to speak on this important issue. Financial pressures are on so many in the Chatham-Kent area, and to add the Sears project to the community hub is not the right time. Much needed infrastructure, especially since the double increase of the cost of the roundabout on Queens Line and Merlin Road, possible huge increase in the water rates that were noted today, the sudden change in the developer of the tiny homes, which will now see an increase in cost, the new fire hall, The homelessness and the affordable housing issues are the main priorities, not the Sears project. I attended the October 7th meeting, and I'm concerned with the words I often heard. Closing of some arenas or decreased services. Why? If any council member believes this to be true, the project should not move forward. These closures may be in your community and your ward. Placing taxpayers' money on a project not required as the municipality owns the 3 buildings, the Civic Center, Library, and Museum. Repair and maintain these buildings. I certainly agree with the community hub, with the private sector money, and I look forward to seeing its completion. But I am not in agreement with the already overburdened taxpayers on this project. The phrase, pay it forward, will not be in a positive position for taxpayers, as I believe the phrase, show me the money, will ring true. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Liz Postma. On deck is Kathy Cottingham.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to say a few words here. I'm not really prepared because I wasn't sure I was going to make it here, so I don't have notes before me. However, I am opposed, sadly, to this moving forward with the hub. I do not believe that what beautiful, pretty presentation you put before us at the beginning of this whole thing is where it is at now. We're not going to have a beautiful venue for events. We're not going to have an arena. We're not going to have anything that's going to provide any more value for the quality of life for the taxpayer. The library will not be an improvement. There's going to be not enough parking. That's very clear and obvious to everyone that it will not be accessible for people any more than what already exists. Clearly, you have not been forthcoming with the facts and figures and the amount that this is going to cost. And I'm very I'm unclear, as many other people are, of the actual ownership and control over the part of the building that you have. What happens if the plans for the rest of the mall don't fit in with the plans for the Civic Center and the library and the museum? What if they close the access off? Women with strollers do not want to hike all the way around a building in the middle of winter with their children to get to the library facilities. Neither do our elderly. This is not going to give any benefit over what is already in existence. Yes, I'd like to see the downtown revitalized and everything beautiful the way it used to be, but that's not the reality of what's going to happen here or where we're at and how much this is going to cost. You have not been forthcoming with the figures, and that's irresponsible. Thank you.
Next speaker is Kathy Cottingham. On deck is D.S. Cannon.
Am I on now? Yes? Yes, we short people. Anyway, Mayor and councilors, thank you for the privilege of being able to come and approach you regarding this particular issue. The disadvantage of being at the end is that a lot of your points are already taken. So if I digress from what you have in front of you, please note that I will talk on the points perhaps just in a different way. I am Kathy Cottingham. I'm a citizen of Tilbury. I am also the chair of the Tilbury Area Action Committee, which is a not-for-profit citizens group. We were urged by the BIA Association of Ontario to form in every community across Ontario, despite whether or not you have the best municipality in the world or the worst. I'm not going to categorize this one because I don't know how to compare you with every other one. But I am concerned about the proposal that's before us today. This is my fourth meeting on this issue. I have not been invited to any as a citizen of Chatham-Kent that were held for our constituents, because there were none. This October meeting that occurred was not a citizen involvement meeting. It was to show off the beautiful prize at the end of the rainbow. It was not an opportunity to voice to those there accepting for staff our concerns. And that concerned me most, which is why we initiated some of these town hall meetings. It was nice to hear the positive impact that Rob's project will have on Chatham. But my question is that going to be a negative impact for the rest of the municipality, all of it really, in terms of the fact that it's going to elevate our citizens' financial obligations to a point they can no longer take, especially because it seems as if this group is ignoring the fact that we've come out of a...
Thank you, that's time.
Wow.
Next speaker is...
Oh.
Is D.S. Cannon present? Okay, that finishes off the deputations for 16A. Move over to item 16H and I, the motion of Councillor Stories regarding ensuring access for all residents on the proposed downtown Chatham hub in the old Sears building and surrounding property, and motion of Councillor Jubenvilles for the CK hub. Janice Lascelles. Thank you. On deck, we'll be moving to 17C, which is regarding the referendum, and that is Brendan Oche and Larry Hutchins. Welcome, Ms. Lascelles.
My name's Janice LaSalle. Your Honor, Mayor Caniff, and ladies and gentlemen of council. I'm addressing agenda items 16H and 16I. The current disabled parking and disabled library access are excellent. Current library entrances, both front and rear, are within approximately 30 feet of parking spaces. The proposed community hub shows 4 disabled spaces near the library entrance. This very likely would be inadequate because of the possibility of through traffic to other hub destinations from those disabled parking spaces. There would be only a few other disabled parking spots relatively near the other hub entrances. The lack of a generous amount of disabled parking demonstrates a lack of understanding of the library's significance for local residents. To me, support of the proposed hub features clearly reflects Council's ongoing failure to consider the best interest and the wishes of the electorate. Indeed, there is an alarming lack of consideration for voters apparent in Mayor's and Council's support of the hub development proposal. Unfortunately, Council to date, because of a hesitancy to spend money, has badly damaged our beautiful civic center in its prime waterfront location. Furthermore, Council has now bought a pig in a poke, namely the old Sears building, and wants to pack into it 3 major city facilities. Mayor and Council appear to be in a rush to support a local developer and his family. The particular developer has indeed been somewhat beneficial to our community. This developer has previously expressed a wish to do something nice for the city. Unfortunately, for the public, it is not his job to do that. but rather it is council's job. Council's downtown dream.
Thank you,
Now-
that's time.
I don't have 5 minutes?
No. It's
Okay,
2.5.
sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you for your attention and opportunity to speak.
The final two speakers are on item 17C, the motion of Councillor Jubenville regarding the referendum on the CK Community Hub. We have Brendan Oche, and on deck is Larry Hutchins.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Brendan Othier. I'm from Ward 5, Wallaceburg, and I'd like to express my opposition to the proposed Community Hub project and my support for a motion to hold a referendum on this matter. This project will not help Chatham residents and will definitely not help rural residents from the other 5 wards of Chatham-Kent. In fact, the property developer has said they will already redevelop the former mall, regardless if council moves in there or not. So this downtown shopping center will still exist, and downtown Chatham will still grow regardless of how council chooses to proceed. We need a proper look at how much repairs will cost the existing civic center, which is a historic building that we do not want to be demolished for condos and wealthy newcomers. We know the cost would be much lower. If space is ever an issue, the Civic Center is actually designed to accommodate 2 more floors, and we get to keep our own parking owned by the municipality, not owned by a property developer who could sell or demolish the parking garage at any time. And this is a property developer who is threatened to pull his charitable donations if council doesn't act a certain way. Do we want to become a corporatocracy? No, we want to do what's best for Chatham-Kent, as you represent the people. In terms of a referendum, referendums for important, expensive, or controversial issues are cost-effective, strengthen our community, strengthen our democracy, and ensure that Chatham-Kent fulfills the will of the people. This should be a government by the people, for the people. Referendums could potentially save the taxpayer a lot of money, and when council deprived residents of Ward 3 the ability to vote in a by-election, I was appalled. We should not be afraid of holding referendums and by-elections. You cannot refute the will of the people. Finally, with extortionate property tax increases yearly, we cannot afford to be spending money like this, especially when prices of goods, services, and taxes levied from other levels of government are as high as they are. We are not being fiscally responsible. Chatham-Kent doesn't even have that much debt to afford these insane property tax increases. How do you expect young people such as myself to stay here and help grow the community if we have exponential tax increases yearly? I ask that my 2 councillors, or only 1 it looks like today, for Wallaceburg, please oppose this project or at least support a referendum on it. Thank you.
Final speaker, final deputation is Larry Hutchins.
Your worship and member of council, let's just take a moment and let's acknowledge the emotion that's in this room right now. We have joy, exuberance, we have fear, and we have confusion. Let's just let it soak in. Mr. Myers, thank you, sir, for everything that you've done for this community and you will continue to do for the community. Thank you for Retrofest. Thank you for downtown Chatham's revitalization. Thank you for the money that you've given to the Children's Center. Thank you for the revitalization of the Tecumseh Park. You are appreciated. Thank you. I am here tonight to speak in favor of item 17C, Councillor Jubenville's motion on a referendum concerning the community hub. This is a good idea because the cost, $70,000, is relatively low to survey the true public feeling on this expensive and divisive matter. This is a good idea because of 4 items on tonight's agenda. Council is divided on this issue, and it would give council direction and more unity on this matter. This is a good idea because it allows a divided public to truly be heard. This is a good idea because it is the first step towards bringing better unity to council and, more importantly, to the citizens of CK. Due diligence is more than just a zoning matter, a finance matter, or a structural matter. It is a people matter. Let me repeat that. It is a people matter. No municipal project, no matter how important, is worth causing this level of division when it is possible to find a community desire for the future course of action. Please take this opportunity to give the council and the community the chance to find that path that CK truly wants. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We'll now move on to the consent agenda. The following items have been pulled from the agenda to be voted on separately. Those items are 16A, the Chatham-Kent Community Hub project update, has been pulled for a presentation by Councillor Crew, Councillor Finn, Sakachi, and Jubenville. Item 16B, detailed asset management plans and overview document, has been pulled by a presentation by administration and by Councillor Harrigan and Councillor Jubenville. Item 16C, Stormwater Master Plans Update, has been pulled by Councillor Harrigan. Item 16D, Tilbury Stormwater Pump Station Backup Power Review, pulled by Councillor Harrigan. Item 16F, the Organic Waste Diversion Program Feasibility Study Update, pulled by Councillor Sakachi. Item 16H, the motion of Councillor Story, ensuring access for all residents to the proposed downtown Chatham Hub in the old Sears building and surrounding property, has been pulled by Councillor Story and Councillor Sakachi. Item 16I, motion of Councillor Jubenville regarding the Chatham-Kent Community Hub, has been pulled by the clerk. Item 17A, backyard chickens bylaw for rural residential and village residential zones pilot program, has been pulled by Councillor Sakachi, Councillor Doyle, Councillor Jubenville, and there's a conflict by Councillor McGrail. Item 17B, diversity, equity, inclusion, and justice strategy update number 8, has been pulled by Councillor Jubenville. And finally, item 17C, motion of Councillor Jubenville regarding the referendum on this CK Community Hub, has been pulled by the clerk, legal services, and Councillor Jubenville. Therefore, the remaining items remain on the agenda for one vote on the consent agenda. Item 14A, 15A, B, C, 16E, 16G, and 18A.
Councillor Bondi and Councillor Allen, can I get you move the consent agenda, please?
Sure, so moved.
Happy to second.
Any questions? Seeing none, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor McGrail, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. All votes are in. Motion passes 16-0.
We'll go to item 16, infrastructure and engineering services.
16A, Chatham-Kent Community Hub project update. We have a presentation, and I'll invite Greg Benson up to introduce, or sorry, Edward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Edward Solo, General Manager of Infrastructure and Engineering Services. We do have a quite lengthy presentation tonight. It's going to be given by Gregory Benson, who is our project manager in the facilities group, as well as Dan Amiconi, who is the architect from Architectura. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Greg and Dan to go through the presentation.
Your Worship, members of council, good evening. I'm Dan Amiconi. I'm principal architect at Architectura Inc. Architects, and I'm here to present to you the present design for the CK Community Hub. The concept design involved several stages, starting with programming, which is really the mathematical kind of calculation of all the program spaces that are required and all the different aspects of the suggested pieces of the program. Block diagrams, which are, again, both departmental blocks, which we kind of associate for planning purposes in terms of how one area responds to another. Detailed block diagrams in terms of getting a little bit more forensic in the sort of the planning and sort of making sure that all the spaces fit properly. We had engagement from stakeholders and community feedback. There was various meetings with administration to ensure that we were on track for programming and all the different elements of the design that was required to sort of be input into the hub. And we currently have a design concept that satisfies all needs from all authorities having jurisdiction. And the list is there, basically the accessibility design standards for municipality of Chatham-Kent, referred to as FADS, the accessibility for Ontarians with disabilities, AODA, the Ontario Building Code, and the Universal Design Standards. Our vision, again, the intent here is to sort of create a new civic center downtown. It's referred to us to be a new landmark within downtown. It's going to have a lot of attraction. Its inclusion in terms of design will have sustainability features for energy efficiency. It'll be smart in terms of providing efficient building design. Flexible meeting spaces to ensure maximum utilization within the program, so we have no wasted space. Multi-use spaces to ensure that spaces are being planned for more than one purpose, again, for maximum utilization. Shared use areas, and what this means is to reduce the repetitive spaces that would be ordinarily be required if we were to accommodate the uses and built them individually. There are spaces within each of the programs to ensure efficiency, to ensure reduction in plan, to make sure that we, again, bring down cost. Includes modernized security systems, barrier-free accessibility, meet universal design standards, and yes, we're on budget. So the plan, or where we are today, we have a current schematic design concept that I'll present to you now. This is an image of the site plan. The portion in white in the middle is the Sears building. You can see the gray shaded regions towards the left, which is King Street. These are the proposed additions to the Sears to ensure that we accommodate the program. There's also some additions to the back along Wellington, where the loading dock is, for, again, the services and the refuse portions of the program. And then there's another little portion in the back to provide entrance for the library and people entering via the parking garage. All the blue areas, or the blue arrows, depict entrances into the mall or into the center. The top from the mall, the left being from King Street. You can see there's a sort of a relatively long drop-off zone that is off the street. Again, just for simple and ease of access for people that require accessibility, very close proximity to the entrance. Similarly, along 5th Street, along the bottom of the page, there's existing parking along 5th Street that we are going to reassociate, 4 of them to barrier-free. There's also a new parking lot in the back that basically satisfies 8 parking spaces, 4 of which will be barrier-free. So if you look at it in terms of the amount of barrier-free spaces, we have 4 in the back, 4 on the front, on the 5th Street side, to ensure that we have 8 on the property. The parking garage also has an additional 8 for a total of 16 accessible spaces with close proximity to the hub. This is a plan of the floor plan of the first floor. For purpose of orientation, we have the blue being the museum, the purple being the library, and the green is the civic center. Our concept strategy here is to ensure that we understand that main entrances and to find the proper main entrance in terms of allocating the main entrance off of King, because it is already the current main entrance for Sears. And we allocate this for the purposes of the front door sort of appeal to the whole hub. Beside that main entrance, we want to associate services like customer service, as well as the new council chambers. So the customer service is to the top left, and the council chambers is sort of the bottom left. And again, that's sort of left and right of the main entrance. It's going to be a little bit different than what you have today within this current building today, and it's not accessible, in our opinion, in terms of what you have here today. Our plan, in terms of the accessibility, meets a lot of the accessibility and universal design standards to ensure that we have good, free-flowing, traffic to and from all the customer service that is a little bit distinct from council chambers in the main entrance. Council chambers, again, we look at the Civic Center in terms of the green areas. This is where the municipality does business. We want to make sure that that is front door. We want to make sure that it's appealing to anybody that's going to be investing into the community. We need to have that as close proximity to the front. The library and the museum, we took a look in terms of the programming. We simply allocated or located the library because of the need for daylight. The library, we know that it likes daylight, so we want to put them along or place the library along 5th Street, which is the sort of the bottom of the plan. Again, a lot of opportunity for daylight inside the library. The museum, on the other hand, does not prefer daylight, so this is why we kind of located it inwards to the plan. So again, by orientation, the top of the plan is essentially the mall is right next door to that top line. Now, both the museum and the library, they're both common in the way they share the loading dock. The existing loading dock, as I mentioned, is required for both needs for the museum as well as the library. The library and the museum cannot function without a very good loading dock that has the area to ensure that it has good operational characteristics. And this is why we located the library and the museum that touch the back of the loading area. And then lastly, there's a sort of a gold area or the shaded area in the middle that is like we considered that to be the hub or where the centralized services would be. Washrooms, universal washroom, family washrooms, nursing room, vertical circulation in the form of elevators and a vertical stair that takes you upstairs. And again, just for the purpose of ensuring that all the common shared space is sort of located in the center, so all the 3 users can sort of get direct access to it. On the second floor, again, concept strategy here. We know that in today's modern kind of technology or modern civic building design, we need to ensure that the administration is secure. We need to make sure that the staff is secure on the second floor. So all the green areas that you see, they're all sort of have access with the yellow or the beige area that has the access from corridors from all the central area of the plan, and it accesses all the different locations. But one thing to keep in mind is the Civic Center is is sort of cut off from the rest of the space because the second floor of the library, because the library is situated on 2 floors, remains the only portion of the plan that is open to public. Some of the points here, the museum, we're not recommending for any purposes on the second floor by sheer reason of floor loading. The existing structure is not equipped to handle the amount of loading for the museum. This is why it's on the main floor. On the other hand, the library, because of its shelving, is relatively light loading. It can be located on the second floor. And again, the library, because of the requirement for 43,000 square feet of total required area for the library, needs to be on 2 floors. But we situated along 5th Street, as I mentioned, for the maximized sort of daylight potential. And again, here's in a similar way as to the areas below. The shared area is in the sort of the center of the plan. I'll take a few moments to go through some of the views and some of the proposed design that's inside the design. We have council chambers, a little bit different than you see today. Again, the visitor, the views that I provided there are from the back of the council chambers. It'll seat a minimum of 100 people relatively easily. It's got a small little area for expansion for the council chamber if in the event of like meetings like tonight that we need to have a little bit more seating for people. We have a gallery there that can seat another 100 people there outside in the gallery, so to really maximize the potential for people contributing to the council. And then again, lastly, the flexibility of the space, as we talked about in the outset, the multi-use of space, the council chamber setting where the council is sort of seated will only be used for council, but the remaining part of that room is going to be used for other purposes and can be shared throughout the hub because of its need for just removing some of the seating. The storage areas would sort of accept all the seating, and it can be turned into another part of the part of the hub to satisfy other events within the hub. Again, we're trying to maximize potential use of all space. Within the entrance, just adjacent to the entrance is the security and the reception. That's kind of adjacent to the council chambers. That's the top slide. You can see how we address accessibility, some of the low counters and some of the higher counters to greet any persons requiring any type of needs. The area, the image to the lower left is the sort of a wayfinding, some signage. There's going to be a directory board there. We'll also provide video screens there to make sure that we're communicating current events that are happening within the council chambers or within the hub to ensure maximum sort of communication. Within the customer service, as I mentioned, on the opposite side of the council chamber, it's a little bit distinct. It can kind of operate on its own without any issues. All the Service Ontario as well as the CK customer services are situated there. I've got a couple images there posted just so you can see how we address accessibility with low counters and upper counters to make sure that we're addressing all the needs of any from the residents. The one thing to keep in mind here, the customer service greets about 85,000 people a year. So again, just for the sheer purpose of how many people it's greeting, it needs to be at the front door. It needs to be in a location that it can be easily be found by residents who want to go there to pay taxes and use customer service. Towards the back of the plan, as I mentioned, the museum. This is a couple of views. The one view on top is the view that you would, as you enter from the mall. The connection from the mall, you can see how we address transparency into the exhibition area. Again, the museum is kind of comprised of a couple main areas to kind of make note of. The exhibition spaces where everything is sort of displayed and people can sort of go in and meander about and sort of look at all the displays, and then the collection area just behind it. The one thing to note about the museum is that those two spaces have to be next to each other. They can't be moved. They can't be on different floors because of the sheer nature of having accessibility or the maneuvering of collections from the collection storage into exhibition and the setup. The area below, the image below there, that's the sort of image from inside the exhibition space. You will note there, again, in our opinion, the Sears building is very well suited for the museum, the library, because of its high space and high ceilings. It's a good sort of building to sort of make these kind of uses for that sheer purpose. A view from inside the library. Again, the top view is the reception or the main, we call the service point. It is sort of in the center of the library. It's a kind of equal distance from the back and front. You'll be able to get a good vantage point for the, for view lines towards the back as well as towards the front. Again, just by comparison, yeah, there was some, I'll get into the communication as we get into the SAG meeting review, but they were noting some, concerns with the narrowness of the plan. And again, just to give you some sort of insight to this, if you take a view from that wall to that far wall, that there is 50 feet. At the very narrowest part of our library, it's 60 feet. So it's about 10 feet wider in our plan opposed to what you see here today. Again, this is only going to be shelving, and picture daylighting, on one of the sides, relatively high, about 12 feet. That'll be able to bring the daylighting, as I mentioned, from 5th Street side. the lower image is the what we call a feature stair. Again, there were some concerns in terms of providing some connection to the upper floor and the two floors. We didn't want to we wanted to make sure that they were not distinct and there was some connection ability between the two floors. And this is the feature stair that provides access upstairs in an open environment because it's kind of, we call it interconnected, but you can hear what's going on upstairs as well as downstairs. On the main floor. And then again, you can see the integral seating there that we've, incorporated there. Again, these are for story time events for the children's collections really close by as well as teens. The view of the back of the library towards the south parking lot. Again, we wanted to put a view there. The upper right-hand image is the view on what it looks like from the outside. We wanted to give it some front door appeal. Do you want to make sure because most of the visitors that will be coming, from parking will be coming from the south parking lot or from the parking garage. We want to make sure we highlight it, soften the impact with a little bit of vegetation and some planters, and then sort of, to make sure that the barrier-free parking is very close by. On the lower image there is the view inside the library, and you can see its openness from one side to the other side of the plan. Again, no hindrances in terms of views. We want to ensure that we have maximum view potential for security. As I mentioned on the second floor, this is where we find the administration, the secure area. I'll give you a sort of a snippet of what that secure area looks like. Again, our proposal here is to sort of orient the staff that is closest proximity to daylight, so it's all on the perimeter of the plan. What you see there is all the cubicles. This is an image taken in the area where the building intersects with the mall, so there's no opportunity for glass there, but we're going to address skylights there along that section. You can see how the openness in terms of the plan in the center with all the staff areas. You can see how we also address daylighting on the internal part of the offices because the offices also have to share in the daylight similar to the cubicles. And again, to note the high ceilings and the great opportunity that this building provides for this type of use. Just a little bit about the second floor, some of the other elements like the lunchroom and some of the staff areas. The wellness room, this is where we make sure that we meet the road in terms of the universal design standards. We want to make sure that we're open and transparent to all and sort of provide as much service to every person, possible. And that's where we have the wellness area. The lunchroom is directly over top of council chambers, again, for its lunchtime or for its food venue, but also the break time events during council chamber. It's directly over top to have good proximity and good sort of accessibility upstairs. And then the last bit is just basically the counselor touchdown space as well as a meeting room. The remainder part of that in purple, as I mentioned, is the library. Again, we share areas between the upstairs and downstairs. Second floor will have its own washrooms. And again, we want to avoid any access for into the public or into the private zone for the administration area. And this is why we put separate distinct washrooms for the library on the second floor. Towards the back of the plan, you can see how it sort of connects well or is very close in proximity to the Civic Center area. The Civic Center is where we provide the abundance of staff and sort of all the offices for the administrative portions, as I mentioned. It has room to grow. Not every one of those cubicles are assigned, so there's room there for future growth, whether it's the museum or whether it's the library that needs more administrative, touchdown or sort of FTEs, as we call it, to make sure that we can expand into that area because it's close proximity to the library. And again, like I call this sort of opportunity, as I mentioned a moment ago in terms of the library, some of the concerns raised that were, a narrow plan, but again, I look at this as an opportunity. If we look at how much daylighting in terms of the exterior vision, how much daylight would come into the space, if you have high daylight on one side of the space, that daylight will make its way to the internal part of the plan relatively easy. If the space was a little bit wider, you wouldn't have the ability to sort of reach that area with daylighting. So again, the narrowness is one thing, but we know that there's opportunities for daylighting. I'll bring through some of the comments from SCG meetings. Again, we were very like in tune with a lot of the comments that came back and forth from both SEG meetings. First, in terms of they raised the concern was accessibility concerns as an example. The issue with the long corridors and navigating, for seniors and for accessibility. Again, I remind you that, again, if you remember the floor plan, at the very narrowest portion of the floor plan, the corridors are 9 feet wide. What that means is two people can walk in a wheelchair, can sort of walk side by side relatively easily, fully accessible, no issues when it comes to meeting AODA or universal and accessibility standards. So again, it's best practices, and we go on a little bit beyond because the AODA does not require to sort of be that width. The library, again, some of the concerns were security and atmosphere, narrow, poor sight lines going back and forth from the back of the plan to the other side of the plan. One thing that we did is we worked with the library group to make sure that we removed some of the obstacles that were in the way that they had concerns with. So we had, we improved, we revised plans and we improved sight lines to ensure that this sort of issue was met. One of the issues, another one was the library and its inconvenient access or the position of the library. It's less accessible as compared to council chamber and the museum. One thing I'll remind you in terms of its access to or its need to be next to the loading area, both the library and the museum need to be there. Again, we can't locate the library or museum in any part of the plan because of its need to access the loading area. And again, like we ensure that we have good connections to the streets as well as access points to meet that requirement. In SCG2, some of the examples here, number one was wayfinding, accessibility. Again, the current plan, as I mentioned, meets all the accessibility design standards for Chatham-Kent, the OBC and the AODA, which is, again, our documents that we sort of turn to for input and sort of the requirements there. We know that we've dealt with the planning side of the accessibility standards, and the wayfinding will be dealt with future phases as we go into detailed design. Accessibility, again, to washrooms in the center core. For the second floor of the library, as you recall that sort of one slide there that I sort of pointed out that the library will have its own washrooms within the second floor of the library. They wanted access, or they were requesting access to the center core washrooms. And again, this area has got to be secure to staff and administration, so we can't have any public sort of going in there into the washrooms in the center core. And again, it would be breaching security. The library stair, that feature stair, some of the concerns there in terms of the integral seating area. Again, we've utilized this in several instances that we can show you, that we can show administration. Again, it was something that we've utilized it to greater success. But again, we see this as an opportunity again to make sure that the library can operate functionally with story time and those types of events that happen within the center. But again, if it's something that the design feel or the administration feels at odds with, we can always revise that as we move forward into detailed design. I'll touch on accessibility because I know it's, listening to tonight, there's been very, very, passionate to a lot of people here. Again, just to note, it meets all the accessibility standards as I mentioned. We have, over the 31 years of our experience, we have experience with other municipalities. Their standards may be a little bit more current than the ones for Chatham-Kent that were established in 2005, but nevertheless, we can bring some of their current standards to the table to ensure that we have maximum, benefit for the design. We have a lot of related experience with accessibility and universal design. One of the things that we look at, for example, the Ross McDonald School for the Blind, we did a lot of renovations there, theater, again, a lot of assisted listening, Braille, a lot of the signage characteristics within that for the renovations for classrooms as well as the theater. We've done a lot of work in this area. TWSI is basically the differentiating tactile walking surfaces and providing indicators where people that have vision impairment can sort of properly distinguish areas of the plan, both external and internal of the building environment. The CNIB, accessibility for environments for visually impaired, and what this means is just basically differentiating between floor and wall. We've done a lot of this work in a lot of the schools that we've been doing for the last 15 plus years. And again, just by simply differentiating the value or the tone of the intensity of color between the base and the wall helps people with visual impairments distinguish the two. We also address it with kind of highlighting a baseboard that, for instance, as an example, to make sure that they understand where the intersection of the floor and the wall are. To again, really kind of accentuate the possibility that we've dealt a lot of, with a lot of these types of facilities and how we address that standard. Some of the other things that, in terms of experience in Windsor City Hall, we did that a few years back, about 7 years ago. A lot of assisted listening within the council chambers as well as customer service. A lot to provide there in terms of our experience. Provincial courts, again, I put that sort of note there just for assisted listening. They went away from the cell phone version that there was some discussion around with our AV consultants that we consulted with through the first stages of this design because of security. So they went through the headphone style to make sure that security is emphasized. But again, just as an example, we've dealt with this many aspects of assisted listening to provide maximum benefit for your residents. And then lastly, just basically a lot of various school upgrades and secondary school upgrades in the region. Some of the school boards are not removing or demolishing a lot of the older schools, the heritage schools. We have to go in there and provide accessibility design improvements to ensure that we preserve the intent of the school, but as well as meet with the current kind of accessibility and universal design standards. I'll also touch on some of the things that again, we've heard a little bit loud and clear tonight in terms of the distance from the parking garage or from parking to the building. And as an example, we've looked at precedents within Ontario with a population size very similar to Chatham-Kent. Within their planning bylaw, those lists there in black, Brantford, Clarington, Pickering, Kingston, Thunder Bay, and Ajax have it depicted right inside their planning bylaw that the 100 to 150 meter distance from main entrance to parking is acceptable. The areas that have no stipulation, but they do provide some connection or some reference to the residential developments are Peterborough, Newmarket, Niagara Falls, Milton, Cambridge, St. Catharines, and Waterloo, again, with a very similar size to Chatham-Kent. So in our opinion, a lot of the discussion I know was around this sort of distance, but we meet the standard in your instance in every case. And again, as an example, the distances that we have within the hub, we have the accessibility or accessible barrier-free parking around the perimeter of the building, all within 5 to 12 meters of distance away from the curb or the parking spot to the main entrance. From the parking garage, there, as I mentioned, there's barrier-free parking spaces both on the main floor as well as up floor, the second floor of the parking garage. From any place on the main floor to the main entrance at the south end of the library, we have about 76 meters distance. If you want to take the route through the mall, that distance there is about 136 meters. So again, we're well within the standard, well within the reference material or the references that I provided. I'll take you through some of the exteriors to kind of wrap up the discussion. Again, our views of civic centers, they should stand the test of time. We ensure that we provide materials on the exterior of the building to make sure that they stand the test of time. Again, where the building meets the road or the ground. Again, high abuse materials. There's a lot of characteristics that go into the external lighting to make sure that we're cognizant of SEPTED requirements in terms of security. Well-lit spaces to make sure that we provide security at every level. We've talked to your marketing folks here within the administration. Some of the things that they talked about is past, present, and future. You can see those sculpture elements there on the side of the building that are depicted to denote that or to emulate that. Along with, we feel that civic buildings must have a form of art to sort of to ensure that they're a fun type of building to sort of in terms of the environment. Art should be threaded throughout the entire building, and this is the way we do that. You can see again how we incorporate some vegetation to really soften the impact between curb and street level in the building to really make it a sort of a pleasant space to sort of walk around. The library, as I mentioned, the high glass and the opportunities for daylighting that sort of enters into that sort of area of the library. We've provided color glazing on that side of the 5th Street wall to emulate books and shelving. Again, just sort of feature in terms of concept that we sort of derived to make sure that we're cognizant of what the meaning of the library to provide that connotation to, to the use within the inside of the building. And last, in terms of the sculpture element, as I mentioned, that sort of art provision that we provide, to the entrance to incorporate signage and to address the entrance. The south entrance, just as a snapshot, again, as I mentioned before, we denote that as an important feature. We know that most residents will, be entering the south from the south because that's the proximity to the parking garage, and we want to make sure that as a sort of a fun, and we address similar characteristics as we do in the front access from King Street. Where the building meets the mall, again, we take that canopy around the similar view along the front of the building, and we integrate it to the mall. Again, a lot of glass, a lot of that soft sort of landscape to kind of, ensure that there's that soft kind of impact at curbside. And then lastly, the view at night of the main entrance. You can see how, again, sort of lighting is sort of brought in to make sure that we've got security in mind and how we address that. From the drop-off zone that's sort of at the foreground into the plaza that's connected to the main entrance. You can see how planners, again, sort of address that with integral seating. Again, these planners are meant to be, multi-purpose. We know today's environment in terms of civic buildings, we got to provide physical security. What that means is, preventing cars from driving into the into your building. So these are kind of obstructions, but at the same time, we integrate them with a planner feature to make sure that they don't look sort of obtrusive. So cost budget. I know there's been a lot of communication and discussion about this. We're very serious that the $53 million, we're on budget. We're so serious about that is that we went out to get our own third-party consultant for cost consulting to ensure that we're on track, and we are on track. That budget right now includes furniture, office furniture, museum racking shelving, library shelving, audio-visual, all the displays in terms of the screens and all the different ways that the center communicates to people. The PABC relocation allocation, moving allowance, associated demolition, south parking lot. Our fees are also included there. And, again, to a little bit back to the, $53 million budget, we've been in this business for 31 years. Well over 20 years we've been doing public buildings. We've been working for public agencies. And what that means is we're very serious about keeping on track when it comes to cost. We have no time to redesign. We have to know, we have to be right, as right can be from the outset. This is why we turn to a cost consultant to ensure that we're on track with the current design. Our future, if we roll through to the future phases or the future detailed design, incorporates into our fees Class B and Class A budgets to ensure that we're on track at every milestone. Again, to reinforce the fact that we can provide contingencies, and where we experience other issues within the costing, we can provide some sort of contingencies along the way, like provisional items, like separate pricing, to ensure that we're on track. And lastly, the contingency allowances that we have in the budget, a lot of very healthy contingency there. That includes construction contingency, escalation, because we know the cost of goods and construction changes month to month. So we've provided escalation allowance as well as design and contingency allowance, because when we're at the schematic design phase, we don't know all the features and every element of the details of the budget. In terms of life cycle, again, some of the discussions I know centered around reutilizing and repurposing this building. What we know, as we've communicated already, is that the Civic Center, if we just bear in mind only the life cycle improvements to this building, it's going to cost somewhere between $30 and $35 million to do that. The one thing I'll note, this building does not meet AODA and Universal Design Standards, to my opinion. You're going to have to increase the size of this building by at least 15% in order to get you there. That's not included in that cost. So just again, just to make sure that you're aware of that. So it does not meet AODA, as I mentioned, with the main floor, some of those, the utilization of the customer service, a lot of barriers, a lot of hindrances coming into and from the building. It's not good. The library, again, if we have to sort of look at its life cycle cost, 8 to 10 million. We also looked at, if that was addressed by, in terms of requirements, in terms of what would an expansion look like if we wanted to expand the library. We're looking at about a $14 to $18 million cost to expand that library. And again, that includes for, the land, parking, as well as the building. The museum, to address the same sort of life cycle cost, would have to absorb somewhere between $700,000 to $800,000 in terms of cost. So the totals, that we look at is a range of $38.7 million to $45.8 million in terms of total cost. And again, no AODA, no accessibility into any one of those structures yet. They have to be increased in area in order for you to get there. And by comparison, our hub design allows for about 20% of area in order to get us from the net area that is required to accommodate the use of all the uses. 20% of the area is required to sort of get us to the AODA and Universal Design Standard. So each one of those centers is going to be at least 15% increase minimum. Operating budgets in terms of utilities and maintenance, I'll share to you, just kind of point out two lines, the increase in terms of percentage, in terms of what the Civic Center, Library, and Museum are increasing in terms of its footprint. The Civic Center, 7%, 90% increase for the library, 150% increase for the museum. The net cost from an operations standpoint, we're going to save money on the Civic Center. The library will absorb a $96,000 extra, and the museum is about a $31,000 extra in order to meet the operating sort of budget there. And then lastly, the last line item there in terms of security. Each one of the centers, again, if we increase it by the percentage, you're looking at anywhere from $235,000 for the Civic Center, $221,000 for the library, and about almost $150,000 for the museum, for a total of $605,000. And I'll wrap it up. So the next steps, if we get approval here tonight, detailed design is our next phase. We'll look at, refining all the interior requirements, all the details that are required, all the AV, the, future FADs, and sort of bringing, like as I mentioned, other municipalities and other requirements from other locations that we can bring to the table. Make sure that the furniture is on track in terms of all the furniture that we're going to be meeting. We'll refine the exterior concept to make sure that we're on track. Pick materials to show you what type of materials. As I mentioned, the standing the test of time, that means one thing for me and it's something probably totally different for you. So we'll make sure that you understand the materials that we're looking at the exterior. And then the Class B budget, we'll make sure that we're on track prior to sort of going to the next level of design. And then we'll proceed into construction drawings and specifications. That is the drawings that are needed for tender and construction. We'll finalize all the furniture and all the AV and all the specifications requirements inside the building. We'll at that time turn to a Class A budget again with our same cost consultant to ensure that we're on track. We'll make contingencies, provisionals that we need to sort of provide to make sure we're on track, and then proceed to tender, the cost for construction. At that point, when we go into tender, we'll have a tender price. We'll issue RFP for contractors. We'll come back for council approval in terms of making sure that, we prove to you that we are going to be $53 million on track. And then we'll recommend a general contractor and who's going to build the construction phase of this project, and then we'll construct a new hub. And with that, I'll turn it back to you for any questions. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Mayor.
you. So what we're going to do tonight, we've got, I know there's going to be a lot of speakers and there's got a lot of questions. So what I would like to do tonight is have our question period where we question the presenter and administration. After that, when the motion gets on the floor, then each of you will have the opportunity to speak. So rather than ask questions, so everybody gets 5 minutes, up to 5 minutes. So there's no debate on whether, you know, I asked 3 questions. I want to make sure everybody has the opportunity to speak. This is your opportunity now to ask questions. So we got the presenters, but administration as well. Whatever questions you have, and I'll just go around. I imagine I'm going to go to a lot of the councilors, but I will start over here. If you put up your hands just quickly. Okay, 5. I might as well just go. Anyways, Councillor Sakachi followed by Councillor Doyle. These are just questions. They're not comments or anything. Just these are all clarifying things. Then we'll get to what you feel and want to say about it once the motion's on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Actually, I don't have a whole lot of questions. I think you did a fabulous job at presenting. A lot of my questions were associated with the accessibility aspects, as we had. I heard a lot of things regarding the accessibility or lack of accessibility in the new build. Seeing those things up there, I think it's beneficial if you actually if you could go back to that slide and leave it on while we're discussing that. I think it's a fantastic thing that we're actually meeting or exceeding accessibility standards. My question to you, and I know that theoretically you probably don't like to give estimates, but there is a move or motion or on the floor that could potentially delay any decision for 2 years, and then we look at the process after 2 years. Can you just give a quick, in your expert opinion, what the construction industry looks like, regardless if we go to the Civic Center, the repairs, or if we go to the move downtown, what those cost increase would potentially be? I know it's estimated, if we waited another 2 to 3 years to start this process all over again.
Through you, Your Worship, and this is where we address the budget in terms of the escalation contingency. We see every year that you wait approximately 3 to 4% worth of an escalation contingency that's going to have to be required. You're going to have to escalate the budget by at least a minimum of 3 to 4%. The thing that we have right now in our industry, it's a very good market right now to go out there for tender. People are hungry. There's a lot of contractors there that are excited to bid again. For instance, we're doing a same kind of project for Essex Town Hall. That's about a $7 million bid. We had 20 general contractors. That is aggressive. That is hungry. That means to us that there's, we have a climate out there that warrants sort of positive results.
So essentially, if we were to defer this 2.5 years down the road, we would essentially be looking at $4 to $5 million, regardless of any this move here or to go to downtown or to rehabilitate this one. You're essentially looking at estimated, maybe it's 3.5, but I'm just doing the 8% multiplied by some of the figures that you mentioned up there. Is that somewhat accurate?
Yes, that is.
Those are all my questions, Mayor Caniff. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I see hands of who wants to ask questions from over here? All okay. And over here again, just okay. Councillor Doyle, followed by Councillor Crew.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I just got a couple quick questions. For the accessibility parking spots on King Street, it didn't look like you had any there, and that would be, I think, the main entrance for where people would either be going to Service Ontario or the council chambers. Would it be possible to throw 2 to 3 accessible parking spots on King Street there, just to make that entrance also have accessible parking spots as well, if that's going to be our main entrance for that stuff?
Through you, Your Worship, yes, it is. That area there is about 12 to 15 parking stalls long. We don't need all that for drop-off. We probably only need 3 or 4, maybe 5. The rest of it can be converted to whatever you need.
Okay, awesome. And then just a second question. Just with regards to the security going forward, because right now we don't, outside of council meetings, we don't have security in Civic Center. I can understand it for the library and the museum. What's the reason for putting security in the Civic Center?
For in terms of the second floor?
Just anywhere. We've got the security costs that go from basically 2,000 to.
Oh, okay. So yeah. So in terms of the cost for the operational, yeah. So In a building like this, we have to monitor security because of the number of people that are going to be visiting here a day. We see this, coupled with the 30,000 people a year for the library, 85,000 people a year for the customer service, the museum. In addition to that, we see well over 700 to 800 people a day visiting this. Again, we have to monitor them to make sure that we're highlighting that. And again, for security is that we want to make sure that all the public thoroughfares, that sort of yellow area that sort of threads through the plan, we can't sort of be at every spot at every time. So we have to sort of gauge security on that and have people sort of walking, the center to make sure that there's, there's proper surveillance. Again, we've located council chambers to lessen the impact in terms of how we deal with security. And again, from our standpoint, the security on the second floor, again, we minimize that because of the nature of the administration being secure. And then lastly, from our perspective, going back to the daily visits in terms of how many people are expected to be here, your security number can range. It could probably change over time because, if there's 700 people a day, with staff and, surely somebody's going to see something that is on the spot on kind of like surveillance. So you'll be able to sort of gauge that and sort of assist you with sort of the long-term planning and how the future security gets rolled out. But yes, again, it's something that we need to sort of provide because there's many facets of this that need, sort of the security to be addressed.
Okay, thank you very much. That's all my questions.
Councillor Crew, followed by Councillor Finn.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I've got a lot of scribbles here, but I think your presentation was so good that you've answered a lot of them. And so I'm going to try and pick out some things here. This might be for Edward. Stakeholder engagement groups that have been engaged, the library group, the accessibility committee, all of those groups that have been engaged all the way along, will they continue to be engaged as we move forward? And if not in the format that they were, how will that continue on forward so that we make sure that, because things will come up and we need to make sure that those voices are heard.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the Mayor, and regarding public consultation as we go forward, you may recall that as part of this phase, we had quite a diverse amount of engagement. We had the stakeholder engagement group, which included members of certain committees. And on top of that, we also went to the actual committees, like the Accessibility Committee and the Library Board. As we move forward now, it's really getting down into the finer details of a lot of this. So we envision going directly to the Accessibility Committee and the Library Board to get their feedback. Because really now it's about the operational elements as we define the detailed design.
Good. And that's good to hear that they will continue to be engaged all the way along. I really appreciate that, and I know that some people that I know will appreciate that. My friend Ashley here gave her deputation tonight, and she's concerned that she won't be, one of her concerns was that she wouldn't be able to access the council chambers. Can you describe how that will look? And I agree with Councillor Doyle about the parking along even one or two spots up front. 16 is great, and 16 parking spots, but as we know, it's not always people with wheelchairs. It could be moms with buggies, whatever. It's that age-friendly look that we're trying to make sure we have for our community as well. So, go.
Through you, Your Worship. I guess, to start off, within the main entrance off of King, it's a very close proximity to the main entrance from that drop-off. There's been some discussion that some of this can be converted to barrier-free parking. Again, we're in agreement with that. So even if we put 4 or 5 parking spaces along here, coupled with the 8 already that are around the plan, you'll have like 12 around the perimeter of the plan. All these parking spaces are within, as I mentioned, 5 to 12 meters away from parking or from the curb. that's like 15 feet to 60 feet. That's not very much. That's, if we consider how many steps somebody would take, and again, this is not for people in wheelchair, obviously, but people, that are able to sort of access that are ambulatory, that you're looking anywhere from like 15 steps to like 40 steps. It's not very long.
Okay.
So, and again, as I mentioned, the views from the council chamber, this building is very, very well suited for this purpose. There's no barriers on the floors whatsoever. You're going to have once you come in through the front doors, there will be absolutely zero ramps, zero obstacles, zero issues with with the way we address all the floor finishes. You'll be able to scoot right into the visitor area. Inside the council chambers, if you look at the plan, we provided areas are in the thing where barrier-free parking can be satisfied, towards the front of the plan, so they can sort of, participate with council, so they don't have to be at the back of the plan. So there's a lot of elements like that we've addressed. And again, throughout the whole thing, like, it's one thing to say, we meet AODA, and it's another thing how we address that. But as an example, right now, if there's a minimum of X in terms of the distance that's for maneuvering around every door that has to access every room if you're in a wheelchair, we went to the over and above the basic requirement within AODA. Our requirement right now is at least 1.5 times the equivalent, so meaning that there's more space around the doors to sort of access those zones or those departments, whether you're going into council chamber, whether you're going into library or museum, there's ample spaces in there that, again, very little, no restrictions whatsoever.
That's really good to hear. And I speak from personal experience when my mom was in a wheelchair and I had to take her someplace that wasn't accessible to use the washroom, and it wasn't a very dignified experience. So this is very important to me. Can you talk a little bit about the increase in space needed if we redesigned this civic center and the library and the museum for accessibility? You said that wasn't included. So what would that look like? Just a quick number. I'm not asking you to design it on the fly, but
Yep.
What would that include on that number that you put up there?
What was the area of the existing building?
The area of the existing building for Civic? Yeah, it's 43,500 as it stands right now.
Right, so 43,000 square feet. If we take 15% of that, I believe we're around,
What's proposed?
yeah, to increase 15% in terms of program.
6% increase.
How much?
6% increase.
What's the total?
46,385.
Yeah, so by an increase of 6% is 4,300 square feet. You'd have to double that, in my opinion, in order to get you to a point that meets the ODA.
And that's just the civic center, not the library, not the museum.
Exactly.
Okay, that's all I have for questions. I know that the rest will come up. Thank you.
Councillor Finn, followed by Councillor Juneville.
Thank you, Worship, through you. I guess this is to Edward. There was mention in the report of possibly moving some outdoor departments into the new facility. Would that mean that some buildings could be divested? Or if we're paying rent on places, would that be a savings as well?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. As part of this exercise, we did look at which departments would be best suited to be in this area. So it did mean a shifting around of staff. There's some staff that currently are in PABC. They'd be coming over to the community hub. There's some staff that are in the Civic Center. They'd be going to the PABC. One of the other departments was the Economic Development Department, which does rent some space. So we'd be looking at moving them into this building as well. So that would free up that building, and potentially we can not have to lease that space, so that would be a savings as well. By moving the library staff into this hub, as well as the rest of the Civic Council would have the opportunity to divest of these two buildings as well.
Okay, thank you. And the second one you kind of touched on. I know the library is in support of the expansion because it is needed. You gave a rough estimate for the 13,000 square feet in addition to what they presently have. How did you come up with that number, and what does that pertain? Is that adding, buying of buildings and parking areas, and, or is that just the building itself?
So I'll just go to my list, if you bear with me for a moment. Yeah, so through you, Your Worship, the addition would be, in my opinion, just to do the addition, about 5.8 million. We have, in a similar way, fixtures, furniture, fees, equipment that would be also associated to that, same as we do here. And that takes you up another $1.5 million worth of cost. There's parking that's required. We're going to increase the area. We're going to have to increase parking. The current parking does not satisfy the required parking for the current building. So we'd have to increase the shortfall as well as increase the amount that we required for the addition. So it's about another $800,000. The sprinkler, because of the nature of the building is not sprinklered. Today's building's got to be sprinklered because of the fire load of where we have books. That takes it to about $8.3 million total. And then we add contingencies, our normal contingency that we carried in this allowance, about another $2 million. And then separate and distinct are the land acquisition. So in order to do this building, again, for if we're building it next door, if we're buying property next door, you need land to do the building as well as for the parking, the additional parking that's required to bring you up to the cost of $14 million.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Councillor Juvenville, followed by Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. You had mentioned to Councillor Sakachi that if this was delayed, a year or something like that, that there's the potential for 3%, the overall cost could accrue 3%. So the original price, I think, was 53 million, and that was 3 years ago or 2 years ago. So why is there not a difference between then and now, but there could potentially be between now and a year from now? I'm not getting the parallel there.
Okay. Through you, Your Worship. So the escalation contingency that I noted is about 3% a year. Right now, despite what's happened in the past, I'm looking at what's happening right now in terms of our responsibility. The responsibility that we have is deliver a budget, a building design here that's $53 million. If we wait a year or two, it escalates the price by 3% per year every year that you wait. So this is why we're saying roughly, if we wait a year, it's about $1.5 million, 2 years, $3 million. And again, that number 3%, it's also driven by, how relative the market is in terms of the construction industry. If it's busy, that turns to a little bit higher. If they're more aggressive and it's not so busy, it can remain at 3%.
Okay, thank you. I still don't understand why it wasn't included from then till now, but thank you for your answer. So I just want to clarify, you did say that there is a contingency. Is it in the 53 million or is it extra? A contingency if you go over?
It's included in the 53 million.
Okay, so you're basically saying you're firm that you feel confident that this is going to come in at 53 million. And I think you mentioned that you're very serious about that total, that it's not going to vary.
Correct.
Okay, so when you say you're serious about it, what are you willing to put forward to show how serious you are? Is there any risks or anything that you're willing to offer up if you are so serious about it?
We provided all the reports to administration. We provided the cost consulting that we hired, Lakeland Consulting, to administration. It details out all the aspects of this, of the cost. We went out to procure costing and budgets for all the furniture, all the AV, all the different elements as I expressed in that one slide. We know what the allowances and the budget are for every one of those line items. We know what our fees are. We know what the cost consultant is going to cost in the future phases of this project. So when I tell you I'm serious, is that we're serious about delivering this project for $53 million, and we're not going to deviate from that. Our experience tells us that we know how to allow for unforeseens. We know how to allow for and manage things like, construction industry, because things change in the marketplace every year. But from our experience, we know how to put in factors or put in measures to make sure that we arrive at the 53 million. So if we have to put in provisional items like, let's say we change that type of ceiling to X to Y, or we change that one type of material from A to B, all those types of things that we can do to the design to gauge costing at the tender phase of the project, we'll be able to understand the cost. If we can, if we have to make measures to sort of reduce our cost, we can sort of make it at that interval because we can input whatever phases or whatever parts of the provisional items that we've accounted for to make, the difference.
Okay. Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have for you gentlemen. And I'm allowed to ask admin? Okay.
Just to be clear, this covers off questions for any administration.
Okay.
One, just make sure that all our questions are answered.
Sure. Okay, thank you for your answers.
Thank you.
I just want to confirm something. Do we own the land under the Sears building? And is the Sears building severed from the rest of the downtown building?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Council, for the question. Dave Taylor, Director of Legal Services. Yes, we have a clear ownership of the Sears building and the land underneath it, really everything that's covered by that plan.
Okay, thank you, Dave. I've heard concerns from people in the outlying rural areas, the communities, that they did not receive a lot of information on this. I take partial ownership in that. We did not do any community engagement and public consultation. So if this proceeds, is there anything that we can put in place to guarantee that we are going to reach out to our outlying communities and have community engagement and public consultations? Can we add that in right now?
Through the mayor to Councillor, I guess in terms of public consultation, we did have public consultation. We had a public information center. We had the information on the CK website, and we also had a survey as part of this. So I would hate to characterize the fact during this concept design that we didn't have public consultation. As we move forward, we'll be seeking input from the various committees that we have on the detailed design.
Okay, so does that mean no? Like we wouldn't be doing anything further in the rural communities? Am I safe to assume that means no?
Maybe I can answer.
Michael?
Yeah, Your Worship, maybe I can answer that. So Council gave direction in terms of what kind of, and I said this at the last meeting, Council gave staff direction in terms of what kind of public engagement they wanted. We did that, and we advertised everywhere, not just in Chatham-Kent. And then we also, with Council direction, you asked us to allow for delegations at this meeting, and we did that as well. So I think, obviously, if Council gives us direction for further engagement, I'm not sure what would happen at this point in time, because if you do pass the motion tonight, if that's the direction Council chooses to go in, then you're going into final design. And public engagement for design is something that I would suggest isn't a great use of time, only because design is something, detailed design is something that's done by architects and engineers. And so they won't take input even from myself. There's nothing that I can add in terms of detailed design. Talks about conduits and HVACs and all kinds of different aspects that we leave to the experts to complete. So if Council is the one who's given us direction, we followed your direction. You gave us additional direction in terms of engagement. We followed that as well, which is why we're here today. So other than ongoing engagement, which Mr. Soldo indicated, and I believe the architect also talked in his slides that there'll be some additional discussions on certain aspects. So other than that, no, we don't intend to have any further engagement unless Council directs us to do so.
Okay, thank you. I have 3 more questions. Again, the outlying communities are concerned about their service centers, as we heard tonight, and their libraries. Is there any kind of confirmation that we can give to the rural communities and that the outlying cities and communities that their service centers and their libraries are not going to be affected if this project and this proposal goes through? Can we give them any kind of guarantee that their assets are not going, well, I mean, it's all of our assets, but I mean, the ones that are located in their communities, that they are not going to be on the chopping block? Is there any kind of guarantee we can give them?
Maybe, Your Worship, I'll take that too. So, those decisions are made by council, but what I can do is tell you that nowhere in the council reports regarding this particular proposal are we contemplating that anything is going to close. For instance, I'll break it down. If you look at the Civic Center part that was shown to you, it still shows the Service Ontario that's existing in this building today. There's no contemplation that it's built larger to capture any other Service Ontario centers, or for that matter, any service centers in any other community. So that's not the intent at all on the community, on the Civic Center side. With respect to the museum side, again, there's been no discussion that by increasing the size of this museum that it's somehow going to affect any other museums. I don't want to make a promise that in the future council won't look at other museums, but it's not predicated on this project, and we certainly haven't been given any direction from council to build this larger so that other museums or other facilities in any other community can then be shut down. If there's a discussion in the future about any other buildings anywhere else in the community, it's probably related to the budget or it's related to the asset management plan, but it's not related to this proposed project in any way. I guess the third part of it is the library. And that's something that many of you are library board members, so I can't comment on that. But I don't see why enlarging the library in Chatham is going to necessarily have an impact on any libraries elsewhere. The size of the library right now in Chatham is not preventing people, like that's not the reason why we'd be looking at shutting down any libraries anywhere else, I would imagine. I don't want to speak for council, but that is simply not part of this process. At no time was the architects told to build something larger because somewhere down the line we want to make something smaller. That simply wasn't the case.
Okay, thank you. Two more questions, quick. It has been said that there will be no tax implications if this project goes through. So if this project comes to fruition, we have a new civic center, or the community hub, if it happens, how can we say that there will be no tax implications? Can somebody explain that to me?
So I'll turn that over to our treasurer, and I think that it's important to understand that obviously the dollars associated with this are not falling from the sky. They do come from taxes. The question is, will it have any impact on any tax increases in the next couple of years? And maybe Mr. Quinton can comment on that, and what efforts we've made to put money aside to deal with this and other sorts of big capital items that we are always contemplating.
Thank you. Gord Quinton, Chief Financial Officer. So we do look, working with the IS department on asset management plans, we look way into the future, and we anticipate the needs of the community. I'll try to speak a little louder here. We forecast ahead of what the needs will be from all the master plans, from all the studies and everything that you do on regular Monday nights, and we come up with a budget that funds those items. So there is no impact whether you go forward or not with this project on the multi-year budget. We've been setting aside money for the repair of, for upgrade of and repairs of a civic center at some point. So some of that's savings because we were directed by council not to invest in this building for the last few years. But also in our asset management plan levy, we were setting aside for the future. So there is no impact by the decision tonight on this multi-year budget or the next multi-year budget.
Okay, so maybe further on down the line, there will be, perhaps.
No, I'm saying for the life of the project, there's no,
Okay.
there's no impact on the tax budget because we've already set aside money in the current budget to fund this.
If
Okay.
Your Worship, if I can, so just to be clear, Mr. Quinton's answer is with respect to the capital cost. The operating cost, as you saw, there would be increases in security, and I think the explanation is we're going from one door in this building to 5, if I'm not mistaken, 5 doors in another building. And while right now we show almost no security for the library, I don't want to speak for the library board, but I know they have been clamoring for increased security, and I know staff have been very concerned about their safety. So while if you were to compare what we're spending on security right now, certainly over the next 2 years, whether this project proceeds or not, we will be spending more money on security. We just have to. So I know that number is very stark, but considering the size and considering the concerns that we've had, we will need additional security. And I do want to say that there may be, in the future, to be transparent, there may be some additional operating cost, because I would imagine with a museum the size that it's going to be, there will likely be more staff, not double the staff, not triple the staff, but likely more staff. Same with the library. When you increase your footage that way, you're probably going to have more opportunities for programming, possibly more opportunities for revenue, but likely the need for some additional staff as well. But those won't be understood until the space is actually in our hands and we have an understanding of what's in front of us. So I don't want to leave the impression that there's absolutely no additional cost. There may be some minor cost, but that's the cost of providing greater services to the municipality. You add a museum, you have additional cost. You add an arena, you have additional cost. It's not like a regular business. There's always going to be a cost for community centers, museums, those types of things. So it's the capital piece is the part that Mr. Quinton is talking about. The operating piece over time, we'll have a better look at. But I think the architect talked about how when you move into a building with newer components, you also can reduce your, potentially reduce your utility cost. I see our friend has his hand up, so I don't know if the mayor will go to him.
Yeah, through your worship. With the design of this building, what we're trying to do or we're going to do is fully renovate the interior envelope of this building, or the exterior envelope. That's going to be more efficient. So this building, from an operational standpoint, in terms of energy efficiency, will be 15% at least more efficient than any current facility that you have right now. That adds to the bottom line. That sort of reduces the bottom line of operational costs. Thank you.
Sorry, if I could just add. If you were to take an apple-to-apples comparison approach with inside the information that we provided, you look at the Civic Center as it is today, right? And sure. If we were to look at an apples-to-apples comparison about in terms of the size of the increase versus the size of the operational life cycle costing, we can use the Civic Center as the prime example. It's only an increase of roughly 4,000 square feet, right? But at the end of the day, it actually, because of the efficiencies of the operating systems and everything else, you're looking at actually at a negative delta in the terms of the cost of the utilities. It's actually saving you money in terms of even with the apples to apples comparison, just to give it as a context to show how those efficiencies are being applied. And that's just showing the real world data as it is today, still showing a positive delta increase of 5,000 square feet and still showing a savings to the operating costs. Sorry, thank you.
Just on that point, you're comparing a new building with the Civic Center as it stands right now. That's been neglected for 10 years, right?
We've used the data compiled over the last 3 years.
Okay. So we're not comparing apples to apples. We're comparing an orange to an apple because you're comparing essentially a new build to the Civic Center that has been neglected. So we can't really say it's comparing apples to apples. Just for argument's sake, we can't really do that, so.
It's comparing the existing operating cost versus the perceived net new.
Okay, thank you. Last question, and this one's a big one that a lot of people are asking me, and we seem to always forget it because it's a big component. If we proceed with this, we move out of here, what are we doing with the fire hall? What is going to happen with it?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So, Master Fire Plan was put in front of Council on the 10th of June, and one of the recommendations was to move the fire hall south of the tracks to improve coverage in the new growth areas. Council's priorities was the implementation of the Master Fire Plan, and we will be bringing an implementation plan with a budget over the next 6 months. So no matter what happens tonight with this project or what happens going forward, it is likely that we'll be coming to Council to seek to build a new fire hall to be compliant with the fire code in terms of fire coverage as listed in the master fire plan.
And if you had to do a guesstimate, how much, just a guesstimate, we're not gonna hold you to it, what do you think that would be, the new fire hall? Don't know, okay. Okay, that's all my questions, thanks for your patience.
Councillor Wright, followed by Councillor McGrail.
Thank you, Mayor. Our next phase is the drawings. Is that engineered like blueprints so we can tender this out, or what's the drawings at the next step of this?
Through you, Your Worship. So the next phase of this is what we call detailed design. We have to make sure that all the internal components in terms of the height, of counters, the height of switching for accessibility, the types of listening, assisted listening we're going to have, the types of flooring, the type of floor finishes, ceiling finishes, lighting, the type of heating and cooling. That will be figured out in the next detailed iteration of design. And then the one after that will be the construction drawings. Once we have all the detailed refinements to the vision, then we'll move into performing the final drawings for tender and for construction, because they take, about 5 months of duration in terms of producing those drawings.
So is that covered in this cost for all the drawings?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. That's my answer. Thank you.
Councillor McGrail, followed by Councillor Harrigan.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Kenneth. I just have a couple of questions. First one was about security, and thank you, Michael, for introducing the concept that, our security does not fulfill our needs today, and that even if we stayed with the 3 properties, there would be increase in security costs throughout. My next question is the barrier-free parking. Can someone tell me right now how many spots, barrier-free parking spots, there are at the library and at the museum that we currently have?
Thank you, through you, the mayor. At the library right now, you currently have 2 barrier-free parking spots. Civic Center, we have 2 barrier-free parking spots underground, 2 barrier-free parking spots above ground. Cultural Center, there are 5 barrier-free parking spots. So there's a total of 11 parking spots within inside each of the existing facilities, and the proposed design, without accounting for the drop-off spots at the front, as it stands right now, we would be providing 16 barrier-free parking spaces.
My next question is real quick, and I just want to emphasize, it is council's decision to decrease services, right? And when I say that, I say our libraries, our rural libraries, and our rural
That's correct, through you, Your Worship.
Is that it, Councillor McGrail?
Okay. Yeah, sorry about that. You just kicked out there.
Okay, all right, that's everything. Did you have any other questions?
Yeah, I did. I just want to, sorry, I just want to confirm that it's council's decision to take back services as our rural libraries, for example, and our service centers. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'm not going to change my answer on that one. That is correct, Councillor. Everybody knows that in the room except for you, but yes, that's correct.
Confirming that, because 2 years ago, we went through that exercise for Dresden, and we confirmed as council that we kept our service center. So I was just clarifying that. So thank you, and that's my questions.
Councillor Harrigan, followed by Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I just maybe want to, I know we're not debating, but just put a comment out there, though, that as a council, we've also just asked for a report to come for budget that would decrease our budget by 7.5%. And I fully expect in that report there will be some rural service decreases that as a council we will have to agree or disagree to. So I just wanted to clarify that, because I'm worried that we have this conversation that says only council decreases services and only council is going to make decisions about decreasing services, and then a report comes and then our members from the media say, well, they said this on this day, and then 3 weeks later at the budget, they propose decreasing some of those services. So I just, I took that liberty. Thank you, Mayor Canada, for giving me that. The question that I had is through the mayor to our CFO. I am wondering if it is possible to walk us through Appendix C, which was not included in the presentation. There was something similar to Appendix C when we talked about the $53 million budget. But Appendix C showcases the financial differences between the work that it would take and the cost to renovate the Civic Center versus renovating our already purchased asset, which is the downtown Chatham Center. And if, Gord, you're able to entertain that while you're doing that, can you please comment on things that are for certain? I think there are some notes here, 1 through 5. Some of those are for certain that we have that revenue, that's built in the budget. And then other components, I think note number 1 is perhaps the only variable that is in there that we might need to consider as a council.
Thank you, and I'm asking Meredith to put it on the screen if possible, if we could blow it up a little bit more too. There we go. So the top line was the estimates, and these was the estimates back a year ago. As the consultant has mentioned, the $53 million, even though it's now getting to be a year old or maybe 18 months old, it always was anticipating a 2025 to 2027 construction period. So that's why that $53 million has not changed on the right, because it's still the right estimate, provided that we're building in the 2025 to 2027 construction period. The estimate at the time was, because we were narrowed down to the 2 options at the time this was reported, was the renovations to the current Civic Center, which at that time was based on a $37 million estimate. You heard tonight how it's possibly larger if you incorporated the same accessibility improvements into this building. And then you have the funding below. So with the CK Hub option, you do have the option to sell 2 municipal buildings. The estimate of just over $9 million here, it was based on appraisals we had done about a year ago now. Whether we are able to achieve more than that on a sale, it would be a public process of sale, and it would be going to the highest tender as per council's. Once council declared these surpluses, and of course that wouldn't be until close to 2028 when the buildings were vacated. The next line on the right-hand side is the $1,750,000 of development charges. So in August 2022, council approved development charges for various municipal services, and one of those is for library expansion. That's expansion to the square feet of libraries anywhere in Chatham-Kent. It wasn't meant to be for a specific building, but so that's that $1,750,000 is the estimate of what we'll collect in development charges over a 10-year period that we could apply towards the expansion of a library. The next 3 figures are the same for either option. Council, we'll go back 3 or 4 councils ago, we started putting money aside every year for new facilities in Chatham-Kent and with the goal of getting up to 1% of annual taxes going into a reserve because we know we have an aging group of buildings, and this was the foresight of council to start putting money aside for those eventual replacements of various buildings throughout Chatham-Kent. We accumulated 9 million in that reserve by 2027, the last year of the proposed construction project. But as I say, this would be available for either option. We also, as mentioned, we haven't done life cycle maintenance of this building since directed by council not to. So we've saved up $6 million in our building life cycle reserve. And with either option, there's opportunity for significantly less life cycle needs for these specific assets in the first decade of a newly renovated building. So that's where we propose $10 million of funding coming from those savings, $1 million a year for the next decade. So that leaves for the CK Hub about $17 million that would need to be debentured. We are proposing, the proposal was to spread that over time with a 20-year debenture and fund that out of the existing budget that we have for that, for the new buildings as well. So that's why I'm saying there is zero impact on the property tax budget. Frankly, for either option, with these numbers, with the estimates at the time, it was 5 million more needed to borrow with the library, for the CK Hub with the much greater size of library and museum, where the option 2 column was just the funds that were needed just for this building. It did, council would then have to add to that if it ever decided in the future to add to a library or museum space. So I think I think that's where I'll stop if there's more questions.
Yeah, and so just for clarification, note number 1, which is the 9.356 million, that could be higher or lower based on the sale of the property, which would then impact the amount of the 20-year debenture higher or lower in terms of what we would owe, what we would borrow.
That is correct. We hired a third-party consultant to give us an estimate that's now approximately a year old.
And then looking at the very, very bottom, that 1% of tax allocation, that $2.365 million, that is already budgeted. So we already have that in the budget, on our budget lines, to pay for new buildings. And so the debenture, the loan payments would come out of that budget line. So in either case, we have the funds in our budget.
Correct. So on that very bottom right corner, that 1% by 2027 represents $2,365,000, if I can see that right. And the debenture would require almost 1.3 million, leaving just over $1 million left for other buildings annually already in the multi-year budget that council's approved.
Which also allows for some flexibility, higher or lower, should the debenture shift a little bit based on our funds.
Correct.
So, okay, thank you for walking me through. There were just, and Mayor Kaniff, I appreciate the time that took, but there were some deputations that suggested maybe our finances were too high level, but I think the Appendix C, when you look at it, the big message is we have the budget to do either option, to renovate or to renovate here or to renovate there down the road. The last question that I have, and thank you, Gord, for walking us through that. The last question I have through the mayor is also to staff, it's to Edward. There were some comments in public and then even some comments in maybe the deputations talking about who we would partner with to do the work going forward. And certainly while there was different stakeholders involved in the sale of the downtown Chatham Center, I want to just really be clear for the public about who is eligible to put a bid forward for the construction and what that process looks like going forward. Do we know who's going to be constructing the new CK Hub if we go forward today? Do we know that yet?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. In terms of next steps, we did have a slide on the deck there. Really, we need to get the tender package and ready to go. And then it's a public tender. Any construction company can bid on it, and it will be through a request for proposal. That'll allow us to both evaluate the quality of the contractor and as well as the cost that's coming in.
Okay, thank you. And I just wanted to clarify that that will be an open, transparent process. It follows our municipal bylaws and then also provincial regulations around how we have to purchase and procure things. So I just wanted to clarify that as well. So I'll have other comments when we're making comments, Mayor Caniff, but those are my questions. Thank you.
Councillor Hall, followed by Councillor Bondi.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I think Councillor Wright asked this, but just to clarify, and obviously our consultant has been very detailed tonight and expresses confidence, in the overall estimate of the 53 million. And I appreciate Gord's comments that he just made to Councillor Harrigan's questions about the current financial information that we have at this point. So just a question, by supporting this next phase that will be before us in a little bit tonight, we'll receive like the absolute, the concrete financial numbers in like the next reports, and is that correct? And when can we expect that? Like some of those like concrete final numbers?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. In terms of the final concrete number, that really is through the request for proposal that Councillor Harrigan just had raised. We'll be going out for public tender, and when that number comes in, we'll be coming to council for approval of that number.
And just an estimate on the time frame of that, Edward?
We have to get through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, we have to get through the detailed design phase and then do the tender. We're anticipating sometime in late spring of 25.
Perfect, thank you. And just to clarify as well, getting to the report, I guess it's not on the floor right now, if I can still ask about the report and the recommendations. To move forward to the next phase, we're looking at, there's a lot of big numbers around tonight, but the number tonight I think that we're going to be voting on is the 2.1 and ish million being funded. Can staff just clarify, I think it's in the report, but where's that 2.1 million being funded from, and is there any impact, I guess, to any tax increase this year or next year with what we're going to be voting on tonight?
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. It's coming out of the Building Lifecycle Reserve. That's where that $6 million I just indicated on Schedule C has been saved up, and so it'll be coming from those funds.
And there'd be no tax increase by making this decision tonight?
Absolutely none.
Thank you.
I just want, I'm just going down, any other last calls to be on the speakers or the question list? So the last two are Councillor Bondi and then Councillor McGregor, and then we'll move to put the motion on the floor, and then we'll everyone who wants to discuss it.
Do I have to get in here to do this?
Yes. After these couple of questions, I think we'll give everybody a 5-minute bio break because it's 9:10 now, and I think well, at least I know I haven't had that opportunity to go for a few hours now. So after Councillor Bondi and Councillor McGregor.
Great, thanks, Mayor Caniff. Just quickly, if we go ahead with this and there isn't like a delay, as in the referendum thing, when would this be completed? Just people have asked, and I don't really know, as in when would the doors open and, we're in business?
Right, thank you. Through the mayor to the councillor. As I indicated earlier, the request for proposal would be next year sometime, and we'd be anticipating early 2027 for completion. I'm looking to Greg. Yep.
Okay, that's great. And secondly, if we don't go forward with this, what would the interruption look like? Obviously, this building would have to be gutted for the renovation if it's that intent. So what would happen? Where would staff go? Would you rent something out? And has that cost, if you can come up with it, has that been factored into these equations? So they'd have to vacate for, I don't know, how many months, right?
Yeah, through the mayor to councillor. Council's direction was for us to look at the concept design for the community hub. So we haven't done the same level of design that we would do for this building here. this building would most likely be, have to be gutted, and staff wouldn't be in here. So we would have to find a location for staff to go. But I don't have a lot of details related to that, because that really wasn't the intent of council, for us to go and look at designing this building and how we would deal with that.
Oh, sure, fair enough. I just put it out there, but yeah, okay, that's good. Thanks.
Okay, the last questioner is Councillor B. McGregor.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I did my best to compile some questions based on the deputations and emails that we've been receiving, and unfortunately, many of them have been answered. Still have a number left on the list, so I'll try and go through there, and hopefully we can get answers to some of those questions that the community has been asking. And I did want to kind of start at the beginning. So we did hear some feedback around this being, just something nice to do, and I wanted, it's many meetings back now, but could we maybe talk about what the impetus for this project was? So I'm essentially asking, is there an option to just do nothing and spend $0, or why are we in this position talking about this development?
Well, I'll take a start.
Sure.
And I'm sure Bruce, who was working on this project, will provide some context as well. To be really simple, this building has serious needs, and as well as the library has serious needs in terms of the life cycle needs in terms of the building and the museum. So looking at the various options on how to deal with this building and how we move forward, Council was presented with a report last, I want to say October, that looked at various options, upgrading this building, moving to a new building completely somewhere else, looking at a combined facility like this. And it was through that report, really, that it was determined that the best option at that time that really provides for all the synergies between the various facilities was moving to a community hub. And I'll ask Bruce to maybe add anything that he feels.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I think Edward covered most of it. It goes back to, it was about a year ago to the day, I think it was October 30th, if I recall correctly, after we went through a number of public sessions in the summer and early fall. If council recall, there was essentially 5 options that we put out there to look at. At the time, it was recommended that council give us direction on 2 options. It was to renovate this facility, just the Civic Center itself, or to move forward with the proposal you're looking at tonight. We did not recommend to do nothing without me pulling up all the report. It just costs are going to continue to escalate if we continue to do nothing, and we're going to run into some potential issues with the mechanical issues in this building. It's like anything else, if you don't maintain it over time, we're going to run into issues. So that was the rationale for the do nothing. When we looked at the cost realistically of finding a new location somewhere else, we know they're going to be significantly more with land costs, greenfield costs, underground servicing, et cetera. So we did not recommend that option. And then the other one was to renovate the existing 3 facilities again, just looking high level costs. We did not recommend that option. So that's how we ended up at this point now. Mm-hmm.
Appreciate that. We also heard from some community members recommending that there might be an option for a phased renovation approach of a civic center, or even an approach that involved building on top of the current civic center. Can you maybe comment on the feasibility of those approaches from a financial or structural feasibility standpoint?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. The option of building onto this building, I think we did provide, an estimate there of just what the life cycle needs were, and that was $37 million. We also heard tonight very clearly that that number does not include bringing this building up to the same accessibility standards as what's being proposed at the community hub. So that's a significant additional cost on top of that. So, you have those 2 costs already, and we're probably approaching $40 million. And then to build 2 extra stories on this building, I think just from a common sense perspective, that would indicate, tens of millions of dollars more on top of that to actually build that if it's structurally possible. And, we haven't done a lot of work on that, because that's not an option that we were asked to look at. Maybe I'll refer to the architect if he has any opinions about what those costs might, general ballpark look like.
Through you, Your Worship. Yeah, so in terms of like my expert opinion to add floors to this building, we've done several addition of the similar types in terms of layering on top of existing buildings. In every one of those situations, we had to build separate structure to warrant the additional loading from above. This building is not suited to, support the load of 2 additional floors, let alone 1. So you'd have to be forced with either, driving structure down the middle of the building to gain the support for whatever happens above, or you have to bridge outside the building. That's a very, very cost-sensitive direction.
Thank you. And I asked a bit of a long question, but the recommendation that some members of the public have mentioned about a phased approach to a renovation, a project the scale like the Civic Center, is a phased approach something feasible? Does that incur additional costs? Or is that just not best practice and wouldn't be a feasible thing to do in this situation?
Well, in my opinion, like the way we approach something like this would be through a staged renovation. So it's called like swing space. So what actually happens is you allocate, let's say 20% of the program that you have to increase. You renovate that floor and you kind of, sequentially move all the individual floors up to that renovated floors as you renovate the subsequent kind of phases below. But the problem is that you have to relocate the first 20 or 30,000 square feet somewhere to get them, vacated from the building so you can start with the first phase of the building.
Okay, thank you. A number of my other questions were answered, but I have a few more. These are to staff as well. I did receive some feedback from residents that were concerned or under the impression that an increase in square footage dedicated to the library and the proposed CK Hub would result in a decrease of programming or services at the Chatham branch. Can we comment on those services at the Chatham branch and how they would be impacted by an increase in square footage?
Through the Mayor, I think that would be best answered by the Chief Librarian.
Thank you to the Mayor, Heidi Weimut, CEO, Chief Librarian. There's no intention, there would be no intention to decrease programming at the Chatham branch. In fact, we struggle right now with we have competing needs for the rooms that we do have and the spaces we have. So having access to more spaces would actually give us an opportunity to do more programming and not less.
Thank you. And I did have one last question. We heard some comments about the purchase price of the CK Hub potential property. We heard some concerns over assessed value versus ultimate sale price. And I know we've discussed it before, but could we review the sort of the justification for that sale price based on the value that it provides?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor. Bruce McAllister is actually just pulling up the report that discussed that from last year, just to make sure we can get those specific numbers for Council. So just take 2 seconds.
Perfect. And I'll ask a question in the interim to give him a little bit of time as well. With respect to public engagement and meetings, I know some of us learned about some town hall meetings, and they've been mentioned a number of times. And there were some questions about why some of us didn't attend. I see some heads nodding. Just for clarity, I didn't attend because I wasn't invited, and I think that's the case for a number of others. Were staff invited to those meetings to provide information?
Thank you, through your worship. Yeah, we were not invited to any of those meetings that I'm aware of. I know I was not invited. I don't think anyone on the project team or the architect or anyone was invited. So whatever information was shared at those meetings didn't have the opportunity to get any feedback from staff. They were not meetings that were part of the stakeholder engagement. So I really can't help you. I don't know what the origin of those meetings was.
No, I think that was helpful, and I just wanted individuals to know why I wasn't there in particular. So I hope I've given Bruce enough time to pull up that report.
Thank you, Your Worship, taking me back here. So it's correct, the valuation of the land itself was, we had an appraisal done for the land we purchased there, was $630,000. But we also at the time, and Edward might be able to help me refresh my memory if I missed something here, but in simple terms, we did have a third-party consultant, a cost engineer, look at the existing structure to look at what could be avoided in construction costs by using this building in terms of underground infrastructure, existing structural aspects to the building. And that came in at roughly just under $2 million. $11.7 million is what the value they gave us in terms of the structure, the infrastructure that's there if you repurpose this building on top of the actual land.
Thank you.
Does that help?
Yeah, that does help, and it leads to my one last question. You know, we've had a lot of information tonight that's been pulled from past reports, particularly from the Appendix C regarding financial information, the report that Bruce just mentioned, a number of reports through this process about public engagement. Have those reports always been in the public domain? So is that information that can be accessed by anyone at any time since those reports have been released? Because I know we've had some concerns about transparency, and just want to know that information, once it's been made available in a council report, is accessible to anyone that wants to find it.
I'll start that, and maybe I can look to our manager of corporate communications, but I know from the very onset we created a Let's Talk page back in summer of 22 when this first came to council, and we've continued to add to it since that point in time. Not to mention all these reports are publicly available still on the council website, right? Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Eric Labadie, Manager of Corporate Communications. To answer your question, yes, anything that has been produced as part of this project has been uploaded to our Let's Talk page, and you can find that at letstalkchathamkent.ca/community hub.
Thank you.
Last of the questions? All right, one thing before we go to break. It is, by the time we get back, it's 9:30. So we will need to have an extension to deal with this. I anticipate that the rest of the agenda will be deferred till whatever we absolutely have to do according to the clerk, we'll do after that. But we'll need more time to discuss, as I'm sure a lot of you want to make some comments. So, Councillor Scotchy?
Mayor Kenneth, just one point of order. I did talk to Mr. Soldo regarding the asset management plan, and he said that there was some, I guess, some important matters to make sure that that was at least passed today. So just if we could reconsider that as part of the
yes.
Deferment too. Thank
so
you.
We'll get whatever we can in, but that's where I look to the clerk to help prioritize what has to be done for this meeting. So I get a motion to extend, I'm going to say to 11 o'clock. Councillor Finn? Seconded by Councillor Allen. Do we need a vote or by hands? All right, all in favor? Hands up, please. All right, so we have majority. So we will be a late night, but we will not get to everything on the agenda. I promise you that. All right, a quick 10-minute break, please, and please, if ever give back on for that.
taxpayers, even the counselors sitting here, when we put our hands up and to raise taxes or to build something, to invest in our community, we are doing it to ourselves as well. I've got a lot of things. Oh, one thing I want to ask, I don't know, Edward or the presenters, if they're still here, that presentation, can that be posted on the Let's Talk? There was a lot of really good information in there that, thank you, Eric. I think that there was a lot of information that was really broke down, and I thought it was really well done. I'm really impressed with
Just
the.
2 minutes, I'm just,
I'm
sorry. to
sorry,
interrupt.
okay,
No,
all right.
I just want to let you know that I'm going to have
Yeah, I'm not going to say much more. I just wanted to make sure I covered my points.
have it timed over here. She's going to time anyways. Just,
Okay, well, you're taking my time. All right, but I just want to say that we are not just listening to one person. We are listening to everyone and balancing things. And it's not easy when you have these type of issues in our community. But when, as a counselor, I look at, you know, what is the best thing for our community. And I think that when we look at, you know, getting new versus this, it's not about having something shiny and new and a politician putting their fingerprint on it. I don't care about that kind of stuff. But what I care about is our community. I care about our children. I care about my grandkids. I want people to want to be here in our community, and we need to invest in it. These are things that will last us a very, very long time, and I think that going forward, I think that this is a good investment in our community, and it's not a Chatham thing. This is a Chatham-Kent thing. I don't vote for just Chatham. I vote for Chatham-Kent. Thank you.
Councillor Finn, followed by Councillor Sakachi.
I also wanted to thank everybody who wrote, called. My computer and my phone were going crazy all weekend. I did talk to everybody who did call me and tried to get back to the majority of the messages. I had to write it down so I'd stay under 5. When the renovations to the Civic Center were first brought to council, my phone and email were inundated with opinions and comments telling me that I should vote against the renovations. I received only a few that were in favor to repair or renovate. Being new to council, I listened and voted against the motion because I heard it was not what people wanted. Fast forward, and now another option is presented. I have listened to all opinions and decided to look at everything and decide what is best, not only for Chatham, but all of Chatham-Kent. I heard from many about accessibility at the hub. I believe that every aspect has been explored and worked into the design. The planners listened. There will be more accessible parking spots, both immediately outside all library entrances and in the parking garage itself. Presently, if you didn't know, and I think it's already been stated, the Civic Center has 2 of 26 spots. The library, right immediate to the entrance, 2 of 7, and 2 of 42 in the parking lot, several meters down the road. There is hope that the hub will also bring parking spots for pregnant people and parents with small children. None presently have these that I'm aware of. Being a member of the library board, it is important that the needs of the patrons and staff are considered. When the library board was first made aware of the proposal, there were 3 entities that would share the main floor area. The board, knowing that the present location is considered to be way undersized for a city of our size, the minimum of 35,000 square feet was asked. It could not be attainable with the previous, so I could not vote in favor of that proposal. This present proposal gives the library 90% more space, either solely for library use or shared space. I went out and spoke to hundreds of people over the last few years, asking them about this proposal. There has been more support shown for the present proposal than against when I spoke with people, for the following reasons. Accessible parking and entry into the building. Usually the library spots are full at the building, so most people, if they need parking, have to park down the road, and if it's full, they have to break the law according to the church across the street and actually park in a prohibited area. As stated, pregnancy spots and parental spots are welcome because it is difficult trying to unload a stroller out in any of the parking lots as they presently are. Inside the library, a few welcome the thought of lower shelving, enabling some to retrieve books from the top shelves themselves. I've had my children with me on a couple of occasions, and they've helped elderly people who just can't reach the high shelf, so it helps to have tall kids. Presently, more bathroom space is asked, and the teenagers, well, they just kept saying technology. They welcome the thought of having an area to themselves that are dedicated to them. With regards to the museum, many people thought Milner House was our only museum. They look forward to seeing what great exhibits that I keep telling them about, but they never are able to see them. And they also state that while they're there, some may have already used the library, but others have not gone venturing in. This is also a welcome spot that they will check out.
1 minute warning.
Okay. Lastly, those who use the bus have told me they welcome the spot that they can actually go to all three with just one stop. I'll end it there, so I'm under by 5.
Councillor Sakachi, followed by Councillor Doyle.
Thank you, Your Worship. I actually have two small amendments that I'd like to add on to the recommendations, if it's okay with the mover and seconder. I just wanted to brief council as well that a lot of thought went into these, and I did consult with staff prior to bringing these forward to ensure that this wasn't going to cause undue hardship on the process. Number 5 would be that administration be directed to provide updated high-level cost estimates for upgrading the Civic Center and the library, including the expansion to 35,000 square feet, and to the same standards being proposed for the Chatham-Kent Community Hub. And then 6, upon the completion of the detailed design for the Chatham-Kent Community Hub, that a fixed cost request for proposal be implemented to ensure the costs associated with the project assures that the community project does not overrun, and that the detailed project costs will be determined prior to moving the project forward. And if it's okay with the mover and the seconder, I will explain those.
Councillor Crew and Councillor Finn, are you good with these two additions?
I am.
Sure.
Okay, Councillor Sakachi, go ahead and explain them.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Councillor Crew actually mentioned a couple things about listening to the ratepayers, and I think it's important to have a balanced approach when you're doing so. From the entirety of this project, I've tried to remain very neutral on hearing both sides of the story. I haven't been one of the ones that have been advocating against it or necessarily advocating for it. I've been trying to be as neutral as possible in this. Some of the concerns that I've heard is that we don't have a high-level approach number on the numbers of the library. Now, the consultant that spoke recently here, I thought he did an amazing job at actually speaking to some of those costs, but they aren't updated. And I think that it would be beneficial when this comes to council that we're making a decision that will actually show oranges for oranges comprehension to the pricing components of things. Secondly, the detailed component of the second one really attaches to a fixed cost. Everybody that has seen any type of public tenders in the future knows that there's the potential for costs to kind of, overruns to occur. This ensures that when we're putting the bid out, that it's a fixed cost, and whoever is successful is going to be basically required to meet those the standard of that number. And if any contingencies come into factor, it'll be something that we've asked. And I have spoke to staffing about that, and I think that what this does is gives us, the people who are in the neutral component of supporting this project, the flexibility and the ability to look at like for like, as well as knowing that when we say it's going to be a $53 million project, it is going to be a $53 million project. Just a couple quick comments. I really appreciated the comments that Councillor McGregor had made. I received some very kind of concerning calls last night regarding a town hall meeting that occurred, that some information that was brought to forward to me was just simply inaccurate, and was very unfortunate. I advocate for my ward and the services in my ward very diligently, and I'll ensure that I do whatever I can and the best I can to make sure that no service loss is associated with us growing in other areas. And lastly, I think it's really something that I'm required to do as council is to thank the members of the community for reaching out. I've had so many calls, so many emails. As everybody knows, many for, many against, maybe many not misunderstanding or not understanding, and this number 5 and 6, kind of elaborates on that. And lastly, my last comment is I just wanted to thank staff for working through a lot of roadblocks and hiccups and
1 minute
a lot
warning.
of challenges. And I think that just hopefully everybody can support 5 and 6 so we can make sure that a lot of the things that our community are concerned about are addressed in these two aspects of the addition. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go over to Edward just so I want to have you clarify what the fixed price is. I want all of council and everyone listening to fully understand what that term means. So if I could just quickly go to you, Edward, for you to explain what that is.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I was having a conversation back here. In terms of that, that recommendation here, end of the day, whatever the cost is that comes from the contractor through an RFP or tender or whatever process we're going to use will be the upset limit for this project. And if the contractor is going to be going over, we'd have to come back to council for approval for that. So it's the limit. We would include contingencies, and that's the number that we'd be working towards.
Thank you. All right, Councillor Doyle, followed by Councillor Juvenville.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. So I'd just like to say I am on the library board. So I'm just going to read a quick, actually last paragraph of our library board statement from July 13th, 2024. It is a collective opinion of the library board that a continued open and collaborative working relationship with the project team will result in the best possible outcome for all. And I would say since that statement's went out, there's definitely been some changes that the board has recommended that have been done. So I appreciate the design team for working with the library board on that. And I would say, in my opinion, of the library board, I would say the majority, if not almost 75% of the board are in favor with the overall move to the community hub. So as well, I would say, so this is our chance to have a larger, modern library, something the library has asked for a while, that I don't think they're going to get in their current spot anytime soon. This is our chance to have a museum that people can actually see the museum items, because right now a lot of them are basically in storage and they keep asking for more storage, but I would say as a museum you want to kind of get that stuff out so people can see it. So this would give us the space to do that. And it would give us a museum and library that we are proud of, and it will help kickstart the revitalization of our downtown, which will hopefully in turn bring in more businesses and investments to Chatham-Kent. A lot of people have said that they don't trust the 53 million number because we don't have a full detailed quote. Well, passing this to the next stage will get us that more detailed, accurate, up-to-date cost that everybody seems to want. So I will be supporting the recommendation to move to the next stage. If it still ends up being a $6 million difference, I think this is a no-brainer in order to get a new library, new museum, new civic center, moved over to the Sears building. Because an apples to apples quote is not just what it costs to renovate the Sears building, it's also to renovate the library with the upgraded square footage as well as the museum. And I would say if that is a true apples to apples quote is done, the community hub is going to be a much cheaper option overall. So it has my support going forward, and I'd like hopefully everybody else as well.
Councillor Jubenville.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to echo, I do agree there has been a lot of misinformation. There's a couple comments targeting, I feel that there's some targeting comments going on here, so I just want to dispel that there hasn't been misinformation conveyed in anything that I was involved with. It's a nice to do, not a need to do project. We have a beautiful, purposeful built municipal asset that we are sitting in right now. We own it, we own the parking lot, but sadly we have neglected our buildings. It's actually a tragedy what is happening. History is repeating itself. Does Harrison Hall bring anything to our minds? We should have learned from that. We have beautiful renderings. We've heard reports and consultations regarding the community hub, but not a single rendering or detailed report or public engagement meeting to elaborate on maintaining or renovating what we're in right now. So I feel like it's not really, we're not comparing things properly here. I personally feel we've excluded our rural and outlying residents in the overall public engagement. Go back to the comment from the gentleman from Wheatley who said not everybody is on social media. So a lot of these people in our outlying communities outside of Chatham proper have not been informed of what's going on, and I've heard that firsthand. We should have been maintaining and repairing this building that we're in. I do not see a benefit in the project, only potential setbacks and exorbitant costs. Our rural and outlying communities do not want to proceed with this from the feedback that I've received, and I've received a lot. And yes, I am keeping all of Chatham-Kent in mind with this project, so for that, I will not support this recommendation. Thank you.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Just wanted to thank everyone for providing deputations tonight, sending all the emails, taking part in the public consultation. It's important to have this feedback. I definitely appreciate this engagement. So I've been supportive of this project since it first came before us last term when we approved some funds to start looking at it. I know it was a topic through the last election cycle, and it's been out in front of us, for the 2 years-ish of this term. So I don't think tonight's decision isn't the point of no return, but I think it's important for us as council, and it's our responsibility at this point to carry on, keep moving forward, get those concrete answers and get those concrete financial figures, follow our strategic direction that we've approved for this term, and continue to investigate whether this can ultimately be a good move for the future of our community. So thank you, Mayor Cannon.
I don't see any other hand. Councillor B. McGregor.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Certainly appreciate all the feedback we've received on this project. And I think that really, if you look at the public information sessions, the completed surveys, and the other way individuals have been reaching out, it really has been a remarkable level of community feedback and engagement. And I appreciate the format we had tonight with the question asking. I know through a lot of the emails and phone calls we received, it's very challenging to answer them all. I tried to direct people to watch tonight, so maybe we get more than the 60 viewers that my wife claims watch on a regular night. I hope that it's been an opportunity to address some of the misconceptions around the project. And I really hope that we as a council have met and continue to meet the standard we set for ourselves for integrity and honesty and communicating with each other and the public in a fair and honest way. We are all entitled to our different opinions, and we really should celebrate the opportunity to discuss those differing opinions in these settings. To me, it's really apparent from every report we have related to this issue, not just this year, but going on for the past decade, that there really is no do-nothing option. There is no $0 option. Some of the recommendations around staged renovation or small fixes are not affordable and not feasible. What we're really left with is a decision to move forward with a project that is, by all measures, the most cost-effective way to manage important assets in our community. We have a responsibility to make a responsible long-term decision that is the best for everyone in our community. Libraries and museums are not nice-to-haves. They are must-haves to our communities. We've heard from both boards about their needs and with respect to this project and their encouragement to move forward. And I think I want to be really clear that this project in no way puts library services or any other important services within or outside of Chatham at risk. I want to be explicit. I wouldn't support this project if it did. I have not and will not support closing libraries in any community in Chatham-Kent. What I do support is a responsible, effective plan that prioritizes accessibility. It's clear that the proposed development will be more accessible than the 3 existing assets. It will allow increased usage of these community assets, something we know is crucial for healthy and vibrant communities. I look forward to the opportunity to see the next stages to ensure accessibility and affordability are top of mind. And I look forward to supporting important investments in crucial assets across our community in Chatham-Kent.
Councillor Story, followed by Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to reiterate my thanks to everyone who came out tonight and who sent us all of their feedback. and council for supporting the deputation motion as well. So everyone did have that opportunity, no matter whether we agree or disagree. It's really important to hear everybody's voices. So thank you for that. Thank you to staff for the report as well. I really appreciate all the work that's been invested into this. Thanks to Dan and Greg for sharing those floor plans and those renderings. I think there was a lot more detail shared tonight, which I really appreciated seeing. And I do still have some concerns, however, because we didn't really get into a lot of the costs. We talked about the high level costs, but I'm not comfortable with two PowerPoint slides for an explanation of a $3 million proposal. That's not a lot of details, and we're still not doing apples to apples. So I'm very appreciative, actually, of Councillor Sakatchi's 5 and 6 motion. I would fully support those two if we break those out. So thank you, Councillor Sakatchi, for bringing those forward. The Accessibility Advisory Committee has reviewed the Civic Center and shared their feedback in their letter to council that I shared with you tonight. So please, if you have a chance, take a look at that, because they've not seen this information tonight, and they've been asking for about approximately 2 years now. So I really appreciate the discussion of accessibility tonight on the floor. Thank you all for your questions. It really means a lot to me as a council liaison, and to the folks watching at home for the attention to that. I really thank you for that. But I have to say, I still don't support this right now as it stands. I know a wise man who once said to me, "Don't bring facts to a feelings fight," and I don't honestly feel like a lot of the facts have come to light in a cohesive way. So I'm going to continue right now. I'm not comfortable with how this is going, and I do feel that it's a difficult conversation. We have a lot of different ideas about what our downtown should look like. For the record, we are still in downtown where we sit, but nothing dies harder than a bad idea. And this, in my opinion, based on the feedback that I have received, is a bad idea. This is bad for our budget, this is bad for our community, and this is bad for our taxpayers. I'm still confused as to how this project even came to pass. I have all the reports here, thanks to Meredith. We were talking about renovating Civic. 18 months went by with no meetings, no discussion, and then all of a sudden we're talking about a brand new project, which raises a lot of questions to me, because there were clearly meetings being had with members of council and in the last term, and of the private developers, and I do have some concerns about where those discussions went. Because it's a difficult topic. It's a difficult topic. And I just keep questioning through all of our discussions here, whose needs are we truly serving? Are we meeting the needs of a private developer, or are we meeting the needs of the taxpayers? Because I don't think the taxpayers ever asked for this. So who did? Why are we paying $3 million? And I appreciate that explanation, but when we pay $3 million for a $630,000 building, whose needs are we serving? A developer or a taxpayer? When we're paying for parking in a new arrangement for every month at a private garage, whose needs are we serving? Are we serving the needs of the taxpayer or a private developer? Whose needs are we serving when we ignore the overwhelming amount of public feedback? I have the surveys here from the answers here from the last survey. I looked at the 850 pages, and they are still overwhelmingly against this project. I've never seen that many people united across Chatham-Kent since the Monopoly boardwalk game or the competition against amalgamation. So whose needs are we serving when we dismiss our constituents? When we hold one meeting in Chatham-Kent, we don't have explanations for how increased costs to the old Sears building will impact over services. When 1 in 4 families in Chatham-Kent have to decide between food and rent, when we're paying a 9.4 tax increase, potentially, whose needs are we serving? My position is, based on what I've heard tonight, we are not serving the needs of the taxpayer, and we are only serving the needs of a small few in this community, and I respect the work they have done, but I cannot support the needs of the few outweighing the needs of the many. Thank you very much.
Councillor Anderson, followed by Councillor Harrigan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you.
I echo what has been said about thanks to everyone that was here for deputations and the presentation that we saw tonight and questions that were answered. I just want to clarify, the reason that we don't have a detailed concept of this building is because it was not the direction of council to get a detailed plan of renovating this building. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I want to say that like we're in this situation from decades of saying no, and I think that we're in this position that we've put money in the bank to do something that we can actually say yes to, that doesn't have an effect on the taxpayer. I think that it's important that we don't only look into affordable housing, we also increase the services that we provide to the communities that we serve. And having a state-of-the-art library is right there with it. It gives them better resources to utilize. And I will just state, as a taxpayer that lives in Wheatley, I have never been to Chatham Library. I have never thought about going to Chatham Library or the museum or taking my children there. Seeing this concept and seeing this design actually makes me really excited to bring my kids to a space that they can see and that they can enjoy and they can learn and they can be proud of, and they can see a museum plus see a library plus learn a little bit about governance. I think that we're past the point of just staying namely focused on what our needs are. Do we need affordable housing? Of course we do, but we also need things that are going to bring people to want to live in Chatham-Kent. And if we don't have really wonderful things to be proud of as far as our assets go, then there's no reason for people to come or stay here. I just want to touch quickly on the comment of there being a lack of information on this project. And if anybody watching or anybody sitting in here can see the very large stack of double-sided papers. This is it's over 600 pages that I've gone through, and I believe anybody that's making a decision around this table has probably gone through as well with a fine-tooth comb. This is all available to the public. This is all factual information that anybody can find and anybody can see and anybody can read. And it ultimately gets us to a decision where those of us that are reading this, that have gone through this, have put the time into it to make sure that we are making the best decision for our community. And I am more than happy to support moving forward with this project.
Councillor Harrigan, followed by Councillor McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Also echoing the amount of engagement, the deputations and the presentations, and also the staff responses to our questions over the last few weeks, and certainly for the time period of the project. Building off of some of the conversation that I've heard my colleague in Ward 1 speak about, I want to talk about the budget lines that we have for this project. And within a municipal budget, we've heard language of nice to do's and has to do's. But actually, when we think about the budget and how it is that we review and present the budget, our budget is categorized. We have infrastructure, we have program budget, we have public health, we have, multiple categories. And so in the same way that when we are doing our housing finances, we think about different categories of expenses, so too do we do that within the municipal budget. And when we look at the costs and where the costs are coming from, I think our CFO did an excellent job in reviewing whether or not we renovate the current building that we own or the building that we own a couple of blocks away. We have budget to do that. So for me, the decision is less around, is it tax implications? What do we have to think about? And more about what are we getting for the dollars that we're spending? And when you look at some of the services and service expansions that we could have for our community, the added cost and the added impact is something that's built into our budget and certainly shows a higher return on investment for our community. I want to make a comment here about Chatham-Kent being a community of communities, because I think that that's also very important. This isn't about rural constituents feeling left out of conversations or urban constituents having all of the new shiny things. I come from a ward where one of our communities has gone through extreme hardship, and we've had lots of attention to imagine what its downtown could look like. And I think that people who live in close proximities and businesses in close proximities of Chatham should also have that same opportunity. We will grow as a community if we invest in all of our individual collectives. And I think that that's really important to think about as we're making our decision tonight. I think BIAs are an incredibly important stakeholder when we're looking at our guidance and our advices downtown. So as councillors, we sit on our BIAs and their meetings. I depend on the BIAs in different communities to give me direction as to where the downtown activity should happen in Tilbury or previously in Wheatley. And we heard from the Chatham-Kent BIA as a stakeholder, and I just want to emphasize that business community as being a really important stakeholder to consider when we're investing in our downtown. And finally, I want to talk about a bit about the finances and some of the concerns people have around the budget being too high level, one page not being enough in a budget. We probably will get to it tonight because we're going to meet till 11 o'clock, but later when we talk about stormwater, which is something that I've been advocating for, we'll look at some stormwater projects and stormwater plans that are $20 million in Ridgetown, $37 million in Tilbury, and we don't pull into that budget beyond what those high-level project costs are, because as a council, we set that direction and we leave some of those nuances to staff as appropriately so. And so I think that, you know, we shouldn't be too strung up on what sort of detailed information we can see in the budget. As councillors, we need to ask the question, what does it cost? How are we going to pay for it? And what's the implication to our taxpayers and within the budget? And so that's been found there. So those are all of my comments. I do know that we have other large conversations to have as a community, but when we go forward and to grow as a community, we have to balance all of the different categories and areas of our budget. We certainly can't take everything and put it all into roads and infrastructure. That would leave a lot of programs and services with nothing in our community. We have to have balanced conversations even through hard times. And so that's why I'll be supporting this tonight.
Councillor McDonald, followed by Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Based on the feedback that I've received, it's really difficult for a lot of people to resonate with this proposal this big when they're already dealing with the cost of living crisis, seeing an increase in homelessness downtown, worrying about rural infrastructure, and wanting their smaller downtowns to grow. While we can't expect everyone to be on board when there are so many big issues our community is facing together. But it's important that we continue to listen, understand, and answer concerns as best we can. Thanks.
Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Are we going to separate number 5 and 6 there?
We certainly can, yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, seeing no other questions, we'll go to Councillor Finn and then to Councillor Crew for final, and then we'll go to vote.
I don't think I have anything further.
Councillor Crew, final words.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. I don't have anything. I just want to clarify something. And Councillor Anderson mentioned it. And as I look over at staff, I think only Gord and maybe Kathy Hoffman were here. And I sat in this chair, or one of these chairs, in 2006. And I'm pretty sure, I don't know, 3, maybe 4 times we booted this civic center down the road every time it was brought to council, because it was expensive. And I think it was 16 million that first time. And then it was 18 million, and then it was 20, and whatever. It never gets better, and now it's not repairable, some parts. So I just want to clarify, well-meaning council, well-meaning citizens don't spend the money, and council listened, and that's what happens. I'm not blaming anyone, part of council. It's a council decision. Don't even remember how I voted. I probably voted to fix it, but doesn't matter. I want to say, I just want to thank everyone again for your comments, your respectful discussion, because when these type of discussions come up, sometimes it's easier to, be a little disrespectful of each other, and that's not who we are. So thank you, everyone. I want to thank everybody for their time, and we have time to finish this agenda, probably, Mayor Caniff.
I wouldn't say that, but we'll finish at least this item.
That is all I have to say. Thank you. I hope everyone supports this.
All right, with that, we'll review. The first one will be going on 1, 2, 3.
Can I just ask, thank you, Mayor, can I ask for 4 and 5 to be voted on separately, like completely separately? Or sorry, yes, 5 and 6.
Certainly can, yes.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll be voting on 1 through 4, and then 5, and then 6. So with that, put to vote these 1 through 4.
Councillor McGrail? Councillor McGrail, are you there? Councillor McGrail is not present, therefore, motion passes 11 to 5.
Okay, go to item number 5.
Okay, item number 5. Councillor McGrail, are you there? Okay. Councillor Story? All votes are in. Motion passes 14 to 2. And finally, number 6.
Yes, can we make that one minor correction? It should be that a fixed cost request.
Okay, and Councillor McGrail, one more time, are you there?
I was yes for 1, 2, 3, 4, and now 5 and 6.
Okay, so this is just on 6, so you are a yes for number 6? Thank you. All votes are in. Motion passes 14 to 3. We'll now move on to item 16B, Detailed Asset Management Plans and Overview Document. We have a presentation by Sean Hilderly. Welcome, Sean.
So just to be clear, Madam Clerk, what are the things we have to get through? I want to make sure that whatever we need to get through, we do first, and then.
I think we just keep moving down the agenda. We'll be fine.
So you'll be fine. Do you believe we'll be fine?
I don't mean that we may, whatever we don't cover, we'll put on the next agenda.
Perfect. Okay, I just want to make sure we cover everything. Thank
Yes.
you. Go ahead.
Good evening, everybody, Mr. Mayor, councilors. My name is Sean Hilderly. I'm the Manager of Asset and Quality Management here. You may remember me from about 15 months ago. It's about the last time that I saw you folks, and I was very excited to talk to you, and I'm going to keep it a lot shorter than I did last time for you. Yeah, I'm trying to move along as quick as possible. Yeah, that's right. I'll do my best here. First off, I'd just like to thank Gord Quinton and Edward Soldo. They're the co-sponsors of the asset management planning process that we're undertaking here, and they've been exceptionally supportive to us. I really appreciate all the effort that they put into making sure that we can provide you with some good detailed asset management plans that will show you some of the value for what your tax dollars are investing in. So I'm not going to read all of these, but I'm going to remember the purpose of the detailed asset management plans. There's twofold. There's a stick and there's the carrots. And I usually talk all about the carrots because there's lots of good stuff that goes on with asset management planning. It really is a wonderful way of looking at investment decisions. But the stick there up at the top is that we want to make sure that Chatham-Kent is legislatively compliant with all mandatory obligations within OREG 588/17. So why are we doing this? Because we have to. There's legislation that says you shall. It doesn't say if we've got time or, hey, if you're bored, let's do this. It is all 444 municipalities in Ontario shall do this. So when you're wondering why we're doing these detailed asset management plans, beyond all the good investment decision advice, beyond understanding the value that we're providing, beyond being able to compare apples to apples support between a fire service, a library service, stormwater. We will talk about these assets and these services in the exact same way. Beyond all of the good things that you see up there, there's you shall do this. Okay, and I hate to be the person that says we shall do this, but unfortunately there is legislation and a province says we have to do this. Now there's a ton of benefits up there as well too. I won't go into too much of them. They are the carrots there. We are trying to provide you with a 10 to 30 year planning horizon so you can understand the long-term and cumulative costs and responsibilities of having this long-lived infrastructure. This is intergenerational. This isn't something you own for 5 days or 5 weeks. This goes beyond us, beyond just our simple lifespan here. This goes on for future generations. And the part of the detailed asset management plans is to make sure that we are considering intergenerational equity. Not just what's good for today, but what's good for future generations. And we try to make sure that you have the information at your fingertips to understand where your tax dollars are going. The last time I was here, I heard a couple of councillors mention that infrastructure felt like just a black hole that we kept throwing money into. And we weren't really sure what we were getting out of it some of the times. It just seemed like this endless pit of money. It is true. You have a tremendous amount of assets here inside of Chatham-Kent. You have a lot of bridges and culverts. You have a lot of roads. You have a lot of buildings. You have a lot of things to take care of. So there is that sensation of it's just an endless amount. What we try to do in asset management is to quantify that, to allow you to have some parameters around it to say, we deliver, I'm going to use library as an example. We provide 15,000 hours of service for it. If we wanted to increase that to 16,000, what would that cost us? How would we go about doing that? What would be entitled? What would be required to do those sorts of things? We want to be able to provide you with information so that you can understand the level of service that we're delivering in a simple way, so you can make choices on it and so you can communicate to the public about it, your constituents. When they're asking you questions, we hope that these plans will provide you with guidance to be able to speak to them and say, this is why libraries cost what they cost. This is why the fire costs what it costs. This is why police cost what it costs. They're tools for you to make choices off of. They're tools for the public to understand where the money is going. So what have we done so far? Well, we developed an education system. I can tell you that we've spoken to more than 19 of the services that we've got listed there because we are currently working on roads, water, wastewater, stormwater. We've also talked to clerks, human resources, customer service, and those plans are upcoming as well. But we've spoken to them all, and we've provided them with an education system for them to be able to understand what their obligations are and what to consider when they're thinking about asset management. We collaborated with 19 individual services to make sure that they not only got their plans, but we were able to identify what their individual service gaps are. So we provide an overview document that is now on the website that shows you, and was attached with this report, that shows you the cumulative infrastructure gap, but we also provide the individual infrastructure gaps for each one of those services that are on the website right now. We have also created a methodology for defining who the asset owners are. We want these plans for you to be able to read when you're looking at, I'm going to pick on fire again, when you're talking about fire. It's the complete cost to deliver the service. We don't hold the buildings off in facilities. We don't hold the vehicles and the apparatus in fleet off kind of books. We want you to have a really good understanding of what it takes for that fire service. A complete picture, all the assets, all the staffing, all of the costs and requirements that go into delivering that service. Not only that, we have also made sure that those services identify what are the assets that we have, what condition they're in, how long we think they're going to last, what future costs we have upcoming for those ones. We also identify risk profiles for every single one of those services in a unified manner so that we can talk about them apples to apples. Same thing for a demand side. What do customers want from us? What do your residents want from us for these services? They all measure those risks, those demands, the life cycles in the exact same way. Right now on the website, for the public to consume, for you folks to consume, there are these 19 detailed asset management plans for these services here. This is what's on our website right now. It is not a complete picture of everything, and if you'll remember when I came to you a little while ago, about 15 months ago, I explained that these are baby starter plans. They're not perfect. They're very good, but there are going to be some elements that still need some constant improvement, as well as that this doesn't include things such as roads, water, wastewater, stormwater, bridges and culverts. This does not include this in this plan. That is meant for the 2025 timeline. Because those plans were already completed in 2022, we didn't need to do any further work on those to meet legislative compliance, so we left them as they were, and we focused in on the non-core assets. That's what we were really striving to do over the last 15 months, is to complete those. These ones up here, also notice that you'll see there's a natural assets plan that is planned for the future of 2025 and a corporate services one. So what does that include? That includes many of the assets that we were not able to allocate specifically to one service. So if you think of City Hall, there's many distinct services inside of here. So we have not allocated that out to a very specific plan yet. The intention is to put that to a corporate view when you have multifaceted buildings with many different people inside of it utilizing it, instead of passing it off to say one person is the owner and everyone else is a customer. The process will be to create a corporate services plan to encapsulate all of those as well too. So before we move further, before we talk about the infrastructure gap or any of those things that we found within these plans, it's very important that we make sure that we understand that the number I'm about to present is only for those 19 non-core assets, okay? This does not include roads. This does not include any of those, nor does it include the natural assets or corporate services ones, okay? Just want to make that perfectly clear before we go forward. So one of the big things that we bring out of the asset management plan is we identify something called an asset management gap. And that is the difference between what we are currently expending on these services and the suggested long-term 10-year perspective of what we should be spending to maintain the level of services that we're currently delivering. You haven't set your levels of service yet, I understand that. That's for the 2025. So what we do in these is we take a snapshot of what we're currently doing and we project out and we say, as long as we're maintaining what we're currently doing, this is the projection here. And you can see that there's an annual non-core gap of $41 million. Over 10 years, it's $410 million. That is a significant amount of money. For the non-core assets, the total cost of the assets as a replacement cost is somewhere in the neighborhood of $1.37 billion. That's your non-core assets. That will continue to grow as you build new housing. That'll be added to the list. If you add new buildings, that will be added to the list. If during council meetings you are adding new assets, new services, that will be added to the list. This is a cumulative problem. We have a lot of assets that require a lot of resources to make sure that they're maintained at a very specific level of service. And this is the identifiable gap here, non-core. If we're talking core, we're talking, so we've got $1.4 billion of non-core assets. It's likely to be 8 to 9 times the size of that for the replacement cost of the core assets. They will be significant. You have a lot of roads, you have a lot of bridges, you have a lot of water, wastewater, and stormwater assets. So it will be significant. I'm trying to give you the very first starting picture of non-core. We're sitting at $41 million a year of what we think would be required of continued investment over time to make sure that we are maintaining what we're currently doing. Next for us is that we're going to be completing the Core 5 plans, the corporate services and the natural assets plan, all by July 1st, 2025. That's pretty quick. So if you're saying you're a little bit disappointed that this isn't the complete picture, July 1st, 2025 is the goal that we're trying to aim to give you the full picture. Unfortunately, due to the magnitude of those services, which we've been working on for the last 4 months, they take a really long time to make sure that we're aligning them with the same methodology that we use for the non-core assets. So what you see in those current asset management plans from 2022 will be different than the approach that we're taking now, and those values will probably be a little more accurate than they were in the original plans. On the third item there is you setting your levels of service by July 1st, 2025. Again, a legislative obligation, not a I'd like to do. This is one of those expectations of that legislation, is that we have to come up with a way to make sure that you folks understand, everyone around this horseshoe understands that when the dollars you're investing are setting those levels of service, if you're reducing the budget, we're automatically looking at ways of reducing the levels of service in some way, somehow, because you're not providing the funds over the long term to be able to sustain the current level of service that we're after. We also want to make sure that finance and asset and quality management begin a life cycle reserve. We want to make sure that we're aligning the life cycle reserves. We're going to install a review process to make sure that we're going through all of them to make sure we have an up-to-date very accurate portrayal of what the reserves are. So when the plans ask for some money, we can make sure that we can look at those for opportunities towards doing some of those life cycle projects. And then also finance and asset and quality management will begin a long-term financial planning process in 2025, but it will be completed in 2027. Why will it take that long? That's actually quite a fast-tracked estimate from what other places would typically do. We want to make sure that we're able to align the asset management plans, which describe what we should be spending, to the asset management to the long-term financial plan and the budget process of what we're actually spending. And now we need to work out how are we going to manage that gap over time. The goal is not to eliminate the gap in year one. I'm not up here to say we have a $41 million annual gap on the non-core ones. How are you going to solve that problem in the first year? It's not meant to be that way. It's a long-term cumulative conversation that council needs to have to start looking at the levels of service that we're able to deliver and are financially willing and able to say, yes, I'm going to invest in this. That's how we're going to be able to settle those levels of service. I just want everyone to be comfortable with the fact that this isn't to be eliminated tonight. It's not to be eliminated tomorrow. But if we are going to get to intergenerational equity, if we are going to get to a sustainable space, we do need to take a hard look at our services and look at what alternatives do we have to delivering the same level of service for a lower cost? What are we going to fund? What are we going to change? What are we going to do to get to a sustainable space? Okay? Now, I encourage all the councillors to go onto the website at some point in time and take a look at it. There's 19 plans up there. One of them must interest you, is my hope, is that at least one of them piques your interest, and then you can find some time in your day to go through those plans. Take a look at the structure of how we approach looking at asset management. We look at what do we have, what condition it is, what cost it is, what demands does the public have for those services, what risks are we facing, what legislative obligations do we actually have, what continuous improvement initiatives are we looking at to making things better. This is the sort of plan that really deals with a lot of facets of our assets and our services, and it would be, I'm hoping that councillors can find the time to at least take a look at one and familiarize yourself with those plans. Take a look, see how it feels to you, see how the information is rolling out, because what we're looking to do is receive some feedback, and each year the goal is to make these plans better. I don't know if you remember, but I said I promised you baby plans, and that by the next 4-year budget process we would have very, very good plans in place. It's going to take time to make sure that the data quality improves, that we have good conversations with staff, that we make sure that we're engaging with the public in the proper way. So these plans will be in an ideal spot by the next 4-year budget process. But right now, they're very good for you to understand how we spend our money, what we're investing in, what we're acquiring, what we need to maintain, and what we need to do in the future. All right? All right, so that's the 5 minutes. There we go. I took us all about 5 minutes to get us through that, and that's the fastest I've ever talked about asset management. I don't, anyone else who sat through me talking about asset management, you realize I like to talk about it a lot, so I've tried to keep it really brief for you tonight.
We appreciate you doing that.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, indeed.
So
sir.
Councillor Harrigan and Councillor Juvenville, can I get you to put this on the floor, please?
Yes, happy to put it on the floor, Mayor Carniff.
Also seconded.
So what I'm gonna do is the last format quickly, if there's any questions you have of administration or of the presenter, you can ask those now, and then we will switch over to just any comments. So I will go to the mover and seconder, then Councillor Story.
I will refrain from asking any questions this evening. I had some over email, so thank you for sharing that information.
Okay, Councillor Juvenville, any questions?
I had one question. Edward did answer it, but I may ask it just for the public. I did ask for a list of, if we could obtain a list of our assets, and maybe, Edward, you could reiterate what you mentioned to me.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The short answer is we have thousands and thousands of assets. So to put them in one spreadsheet would be really, really hard. That's why we have asset management software that we use. But I would encourage council to go to each asset management plan. It does provide a very good overview of asset by service.
Councillor Story, do you have any questions that you'd like to ask of presenter or administration?
Yes, although I apologize if my brain has been fried tonight, but was there any costs associated with what you're what we're being asked to approve right now? This
No,
is just a review of what, this is just the plan, there's no costs associated, that we're just looking at the plans?
you're just adopting the plans as
Okay.
well as providing direction for the reserve review.
Okay, thank you very much.
We're done with the questions, so Councillor Harrigan, any comment? Oh, sorry, Councillor Doyle.
Sorry, one question. Just in here, it does talk about there's business cases being put forward for 5 different new staffing positions. Are those staffing positions already in our 4-year budget?
I'll pass that to Edward.
Through you to the mayor, no, they're not. Those would be new positions. They would be funded out of the asset management plan, so they're not a tax implication.
Would we keep them on, like, permanently, though?
That's correct. Well, through you, Ms. Mayor, some are temporary to collect data, and some are permanent.
Okay, and then when would we, when would those positions actually be coming to council?
Through you, Ms. Mayor, those positions are coming to council as part of business cases, as part of the budget.
Like the upcoming budget now? Yeah, okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Harrigan, anything?
No, thank you, Mayor Caniff.
Councillor Jubenville? Nope, nothing. All right, with seeing no, with nothing, we'll put it to, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor McGrail?
Yes to adopt.
Thank you. All motions are in, or sorry, all hands are raised and it passes 17-0. What time is it? All right, 16C, Stormwater Master Plans Update.
Councillor Harrigan and Councillor Anderson, can I get you to put this on the floor, please?
Yes, Mayor Caniff, and I have a 6th recommendation to add that I had sent in advance.
Okay,
It also says, and that staff return to council between June 2026 and September 2026 with an update regarding the status of the above-mentioned stormwater master plans.
Councillor
I will move
Anderson,
the
you good with that?
I am happy with
Okay,
that, thank you.
any comments then, or?
No comments here. I've simply added number 6 because I know that oftentimes during the budget process, as was just alluded to during that AMP presentation, we look at the large infrastructure budgets or contributions and we tend to cut them. And when we make those decisions, things like these stormwater master plans potentially are at risk. So I just wanted to have that report back so at the end of our term we can be accountable to them. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Councillor Sakachi, followed by Councillor Story.
Very quick question, Mayor Caniff. Just wanted to I was just very happy to see Shrewsbury Stormwater Servicing Report on there. That's something that we've been working on for many years, and I know the community is going to be very ecstatic to see this starting to finally roll out. So just wanted to thank staff. It's been a long journey, and we're finally starting to see some benefits. Thank you.
Councillor Story?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So these are all coming back to budget in terms of the costs of what we'll be approving? Are we approving any costs tonight on this? I'm sorry, I'm not sure. Is that a Gord question? I apologize.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
Or sorry, Edward question, sorry.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, you're approving the master plans tonight, and the actual projects would be programmed into the capital budget. So when the capital budget goes before council, that's when you'd be actually approving the expenditure funds.
Thank you very much.
Seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor McGrail?
Yes to accept.
Councillor, thank you. All votes are in. Motion passes 17-0. 16D, Tilbury Stormwater Pump Station Backup Power Review.
Councillor Harrigan and Councillor Anderson, can I get you to approve this or move this, please?
Yes, Mayor Caniff, happy to move.
And I'm happy to second.
Councillor Harrigan?
Great, thank you. Just a very quick question here. Thank you, Edward, to you and your team for the work that you've been done. I know this is a really high priority for the community of Tilbury and other areas where we are lacking in backup power supplies. The report speaks to the important but somewhat limited impact for adding these backup generators to private property basement flooding. And noting that like private property basement flooding may not be prevented or impacted by putting the backup generators in place because of the way that stormwater works. With that, can you share a bit what can property what can property owners do to protect their properties during heavy storm and rainfall situations?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to ask Marissa Mascaro, the Director of Engineering, to provide a response there. Oh, sorry. Mark, I did not see you there. Apologies.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Yeah, so there's some things that private property owners can do to protect themselves. So during a major event, the sewers can be surcharged, and a lot of properties they'll have private service connections. Those private service connections typically service downspouts. They also service your sump pumps in your basements. So in a major event, when the system's surcharged, the water can't outlet. So one big thing that we recommend is downspout disconnection, which pretty self-explanatory. You would cut your downspout at grade, you direct it into landscaping in the grassed area. So that prevents the roof water from entering the storm system. That's also competing with your sump pump. Another good thing to do is look at a backup pump that would outlet directly to the outside of your house, similar to the downspouts, so that in an event where your system can't release that water, it can at least outlet to the outside of your house. So you essentially flood your yard instead of flooding your basement. And then small things, check the maintenance. So looking at your check valve on your downspouts or on your sump pumps, make sure there's no cracks in your foundation, no blockages in your services, just routine maintenance, I guess. So.
Great, thank you very much. And as I understand it, residents can find some of this information on our website as well.
Yes, absolutely. There is a website, and we have some links on that site as well that gives some additional information. So it's a good tool.
Great, thank you. Those are all my questions, Mayor Caniff.
Seeing no other questions, we'll put it to vote.
Councillor McGrail?
Yes.
And all votes are in. Motion passes 17-0. Moving on to 16F, Organic Waste Diversion Program Feasibility Study Update.
Councillor Scott.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. Actually, that was one of the ones, I did have an alternative motion, but I spoke with Edward and I've been made aware that the team is actually working on some stuff. So no comments, no further comments. Thank you.
So okay, Councillor Sakachi and Councillor Doyle, can I get you to move in? Oh, sorry, thank you. Never mind then. All right, we'll move on.
16H, motion of Councillor Story ensuring access for all residents to the proposed downtown Chatham hub in the old Sears building and surrounding property.
Councillor Story.
Thank you, Mayor Caniff. So we talked a little bit more in detail about this tonight, which was great, and I'll try and keep my remarks short. Do I do my remarks now?
We just need to get a seconder. Councillor Thompson, there you go. Now.
Sorry, thank you for the procedural reminder. So just to give you a little bit of context about why I brought this forward, I did receive a lot of feedback from the community who had concerns about the proposed new location of the hub, and based on the feedback of our accessibility committee, their accessibility advisory committee. So, and it's my role as a counselor, I feel, to make sure that those questions and concerns are brought forward to the floor for review and to get some more detail from staff. And one of the reasons why I think this is really important is because there are estimated 25,000 people in Chatham-Kent with an identified disability, which is 1 in every 4 people. And I would guess the number is even larger than that. The other key piece of this context that I hope is helpful is that current provincial accessibility legislation is out of date. It does not cover the vast majority of barriers faced by those with disabilities and has not been updated in 20 years. So I appreciate when we talk about we're meeting the standards, but those standards are very old and do not really reflect the modern needs of people with disabilities. So that's why I felt that I'm glad we're meeting the standards, but those standards are very vague, they're almost unenforceable, and in terms of, there's a lack of enforcement, and it just becomes a very challenging situation for modern times. So, and I also believe that we should be a leader in demonstrating accessibility through universal design and ensuring all citizens can access all of our public services at the Civic Center, at the library and museum. And I think universal design, which is a really more of a fancy term for just making sure that folks with identified disabilities, seniors with a walker, moms with young kids and strollers, so everyone we all can use accessible design. Universal design means all of us can access it no matter where we are, what stages of our life. So I updated the motion based on feedback I received from staff, and I appreciate those conversations. Thank you for taking the time to review those with me, and also from Councillor Brock McGregor for helping me review that as well. I really appreciate that. And I do feel that one of the biggest concerns I did hear from folks, including Janice, who spoke tonight. Janice, you're still here. Thank you for speaking tonight. Who really went above and beyond to speak to fellow users of the library, especially in the seniors demographic, who had genuine concerns about the new site. So I do feel that this is a reasonable approach to make sure those concerns are addressed. It's more just to ensure that their voices are heard throughout the rest of the process, and that we can have those reports come back to council from staff when we get the next round of reports for the overall hub. It's not my intent at this time to have any costs affiliated with this. It's more just the report back. And if there are any costs, it would be included in the number 6 piece, but there may not be any costs, but I'm not asking for any financial commitment tonight. It's more just to get that information back to us and ensure the accessibility committee is consulted as well moving forward. So I hope that's clear when it's 10:45.
Councillor Story, you had mentioned that there were some revisions. Is it different than what you presented last meeting?
I took out, oh yeah, it is.
So
Oh, sorry, I
we didn't
sent you
receive that.
I sent that to you earlier. I sent that to you and Meredith at the beginning of the meeting. I apologize.
I didn't receive anything before the meeting, but
Shoot.
I think it's important for council to see what the changes are.
Yeah,
from
no,
before.
I agree. Thank you for flagging that.
Meredith's just indicated she hasn't either, so
shoot.
Due to time, we could put it on the next agenda if that's helpful, Mr. Mayor. Unless there's not many, is it just a few words or?
Yeah, actually it isn't, well, I'm really tired.
Yeah, and
I don't want to misrepresent anything, and I appreciate this, now that we've had one decision made, if I would like to discuss it, and if there are any questions, maybe tonight's not the best time, so.
I agree with you. We're all getting tired, and I think we're all just saying, it's enough, so why don't we? Certainly.
I don't feel it's substantially different, but I also.
The clerk would like to do the next item really quickly.
Would you is this okay to put on the next agenda then?
Yes.
Are you
Okay,
good with that,
thank you.
Councillor? Councillor Thompson?
Thank you.
Perfect, all right.
Absolutely.
So if I can just deal with the next.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, the final item for tonight will be 16I, the motion of Councillor Jubenville regarding the CK Community Hub. I have pulled this item. On October 30th, 2023 and January 15th, 2024, Council passed motions to direct administration on the Image Chatham-Kent proposal. This included the entering into an agreement to purchase a portion of the mall property and not to proceed with the renovation of the Civic Center. Therefore, the motion of Council Jubenville's relating to the Sears building is a motion to reconsider based on those reports. As per the procedural bylaw, Councillor Jubenville did not vote on the prevailing side of those motions and cannot bring this motion forward at this time. Should another councillor wish to bring a motion forward, it would have to be a new notice of motion and would have to have voted yes on the prevailing side on both October 30th and January 15th. And so I'll just leave that there and that we've dealt with that item.
Councillor Jubenville, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So number 2, administration validate the buyback policy. That's never been before council, so I just want to make sure that if potentially in the future that ever came back, and if I brought it back, I wouldn't get hung up on that point because that's never been before council before.
The buyback motion has not been before council. That's not the part, that's a reconsideration.
So I would be able to, let's just say if I wanted to bring that forward.
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
it hasn't been on the floor. It's
Okay.
not a reconsideration.
Okay, thank you.
Well, Madam Clerk, is there anything else we need to look after?
If we could just have a motion to postpone item 16H, 17A, B, and C to the next council meeting.
Councillor Anderson, Councillor Finn, anyone opposed? Or you want this to vote? Okay, sorry.
I think, Your Worship, if we can get Mr. Taylor at least to amend the, Mr. Taylor has an update on the staff response to the motion from Councillor Jubinville. I'd like that to be out in front of the public today, because it was referenced earlier today about the rules around referendum. So I don't want us to not discuss that. It'll be very brief, but I want everyone to be on the same page in terms of, I know we're not talking about the referendum today. I just want everybody to understand the law behind it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Mr. Dubin for bringing that forward. So in the administrative response, Council will have seen that we made some comments about the fact that, or at least our previous view had been that if there was a referendum would have occurred during the next election. And you'll see that referenced in the administrative response. But we've done kind of further research since that administrative response was prepared, and can confirm to council it is possible for council to actually just have a referendum on a single question. Just never really seen it happen. Normally it just always goes as part of the election, but wanted to clarify that to council. So as Mr. Dubin said, there's no kind of misunderstanding. That actually would be something that council could do. It wouldn't necessarily have to wait until the next election. You could have a by-election essentially with just putting a question to the citizens. There is some components that we would still need to produce a report, the clerk's office and the legal department working together, because there's timelines associated with preparing the question and possibilities for appealing the question that will be put to the electors and stuff like that. So we would still need some time to actually work on that if council passed the motion to send us away to do a report. But I just wanted to clarify that piece. It does not need to wait to the next election.
And we can update that template for the next meeting so it's updated on the agenda. Thank you.
Okay, we will jump to the closed session reports. Councillor Crew, and then Councillor Doyle, can you second that?
Council received information on labor relations regarding fire negotiations, section 239-2D of the Municipal Act 2001, and a personnel matters about identifiable individuals regarding respectful workplace update, section 239-2B of the Municipal Act 2001. I so move.
I so second.
Any questions? Seeing none, let's put it to vote.
Councillor McGrail?
Yes.
All votes are in. Motion passes 17-0.
I'm going to assume that nobody has any really critical non-agenda business. Seeing none, we'll go to the first and second reading. Hall and Harrigan, can you please move the first and second reading? So moved.
Seconded.
Just to be clear, we're removing the chicken bylaw and the
Yes.
user fee bylaw to deal with next
Yes.
council meeting. Thank you.
The chickens are next time. So, okay, anyone opposed? Motion carries. Councillor Wright, Councillor Thompson. Third and final reading.
I'll move it. Second.
Anyone opposed? Motion carries. The Councillor Crew, and then can I get Councillor Finn to wrap it up?
I move that Chatham-Kent Council adjourn to its next meeting to be held Monday, November 4th, 2024, and that Chatham-Kent Council authorize itself to meet in closed session on that day to discuss any matters permitted by the Municipal Act. I so move.
And I will definitely second.
Anyone opposed to wrapping up at 12:51, or would someone like to stay till 11? 12:51, yeah. It's all the more reason we should be going home. Thanks, everybody.